no. I don't need negative energy. Wrap me in positive synergy. I have been doubted through life. Been there and done that with trifling people who told me my style would not work. I told them they wrong. Been struggling too long. This song is for you. I'm proving you wrong. Get out my way. Get out my way. Get out my way. Get out my way.
I'm a genuine person. Like if I love you, I love you. If I don't mess with you, I don't mess with you. It's as simple as that.
Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard.
Work. Diamonds all in my brain, nigga. Gold watches, gold chain, nigga. $100 champagne, nigga. Yeah, my money insane, nigga. Yeah, I'm making it rain, nigga. But I was just on a plane, nigga. Buying gear, flying here. Fuck what you heard, it's my time of year. If I'm in the club, I get 100 stacks. I'm always rolling up, so I get love for that. Them niggas stole my swag, but I don't want it back, my nigga. I was on this, but now I'm on to that. You see it in my closet for it's on the rack. Was out there in the white, now I'm going back, my nigga. I got so much money, I should start a bank. So much paper right in front of me, it's hard to think. Buy so many bottles, it's gonna be hard to drink. But I'm still growing up, and my family here, and they rolling up. So the bigger the bill, the harder you ball. Well, I'm doing mine, cause my money long. The quicker you're here, the faster you go. That's why where I come from, the only thing we know is the bigger the bill, the harder you ball. Well, I'm doing mine, cause my money long. The quicker you're here, the faster you go. That's why where I come from, the only thing we know is
Play hard, work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard,
work. Pop your pretty ass up in this fucking car. Bitch, I'm out this world, girl, you know I'm a star. Used to buy rounds, but now we buy the bar. Last year they had to ask, now they know who we are. Ball shit, walk in the building, I own shit. You can tell by who I'm on the phone with. Yeah, nigga talking about grown shit. Nigga too busy taking my swag. Get the fuck around, get your own shit. Get your own cars, get your own clothes, get your own smoke, get your own bitch. You ain't rapping my game, get your own.
Stop. What up? What's going on, y'all? What's going on? How y'all doing? Man, are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to talk about this post-conviction motion that is supposed to come out tomorrow by Miss Jennifer Bonjean? As we know, and we found out today, she will be representing Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, also in New York. So I want to, let me put my link here in the chat. There will be some guests on here, and we are going to get into this conversation. Okay, let me pin this to the top of the chat. Let me pin this to the top of the chat. All right, here we go. Let me make sure y'all can see this. Let me see who's all up in here with me tonight. Let me turn this down, son. Y'all can see this. All right, hold on. Let me pin this message to the top. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, let's see who up in here with me tonight. Daddy's girl. What's going on, Daddy's girl 1973? How you doing? T-Bam 1, what's good? Woo child, I'm early. Yes, you early. Miss Me, Miss Mo, what's good? How you doing? Yes, y'all, load up my watermelons. Load up my watermelons because we are about to plant some seeds of knowledge and we about to serve some slices of information. All right, Rosalind Baxter, what's going on? How are you? Sonia Davis, hey. K-Love92, what's good? Shawty, what up, Shawty? How you doing? Rocking with the Truth is in the building. What's going on? Daughter of the Most High, hello. Drop them watermelons, y'all. Thank you. What's up, April Showers? How are you? How are you? Let me see. Indigo, what up, Indigo? How are you? Noonie, what's up, Noonie? Tammy Beckham, hey. James Harris, what's up, bro? Jacqueline Jones, hello. West Coast Bells is in the building. What's going on? Let me see. What's up, Tanya? Hey, Tanya, what's up? How you doing? Don't forget, yes, don't forget. Danny, what's up, Danny? Tiffany McIntosh, hello. Good day. Hi, good day. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Let me see. Okay, Miss Frugal, what's up, Miss Frugal? Ruby, what's up, Ruby? How are you? How are you? She said, I can come trying to get my headphone. Okay, cool. Let me see. Is Diva going live? I'm not sure. The Unspoken Truth. Hey, Unspoken Truth, how are you? Take R. Kelly back. What's going on? Welcome in. And Jacqueline Jones. Okay, y'all. So let's get this conversation started. The link is posted to the top. So what we're going to do first, y'all, is we are going to play the audio of Steve Greenberg on the As Is podcast, which is Shabazz's channel. Y'all make sure to hear the whole interview. Make sure you go to his channel and subscribe to his channel. I'm not going to put it on here because I don't want him to try to strike my channel. So I'm going to play the audio of when Steve Greenberg was talking about this case to Shabazz. So hold on. All right, let me see who on here. What up, Noonie?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so let me find this really quick. I got my timestamp here ready, and here we go. So let me pull this here. We're starting at 32. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna turn this up so y'all can hear.
But as a practical matter, he got convicted and got sentenced to.
All right, here we go. So let me make sure y'all can actually hear this. Let me pull this down and let me play this here. I wish I could, you know what? Let me see. Maybe I can play it without y'all seeing the actual. Hold on. Let me do it this way. Here we go. Let me do this. Hold on. Let me share this. Share. Here we go. All right. Let me just pull this here. And then let me pull it over here. And pull it this way. There we go. So now let me play this. So y'all just listen up.
Years for trying to have the prosecutor killed.
Wow.
So even if he were to, I think he needs to be 78 or 80 years old before he completes that sentence.
Wow. Another famous case that I don't know if you really want to discuss or not is definitely the R. Kelly case. So is that something that you can discuss?
I don't know if you really want to discuss. Yeah, we could discuss it briefly. I mean, we were working on that case. We had all sorts of great stuff we were doing, and unfortunately, in my opinion, the wrong people got in his ear. So we did not end up trying that case. I am certain that we would have had a much different approach, and that we would have won that case in New York for them.
Before you go into
Sort
that,
of
because I don't want to create a rift or anything. Let's first, before you do that, let's examine some of the charges and just tell me what you break the charges down to me. And one that I really want to know about is the RICO law. Can you break that down to me and tell me how it's supposed to be used in a normal way it's used?
The RICO law is supposed to punish, was initially enacted to punish the mob. The idea was that it was difficult to convict sort of the mob chiefs for the things that their underlings were doing. So we're going to pass this law, and the law is going to make it easier because we're going to be able to punish people for being part of an organization.
Right.
And we're going to look to state law for the penalties. So previously, if you conspired to have someone murdered, the penalty wasn't that great. Well, under RICO, if you look to the state court penalties for the underlying offense, you're now looking at life in prison. So it became a much more effective tool to punish people and to sort of get people for being a member of an organization. Now I think they're just, completely bastardizing it and abusing it and the way they're using it. In Kelly's case, they took a bunch of things where the statute of limitations had expired and or were misdemeanor offenses where the statute of limitations had expired and made them into this federal RICO case. And the problem with it is, in his case, there were 16 or 18 different things that they put before the jury, but the jurors only have to find 2 things. So in anyone's life, if you throw enough things into the mix and you say this person violated the law, even.
So y'all catch what he just said. He said that they only have to find 2 things that he was guilty of out of the, I believe it's 35 or 36 or 32, something like that, predicate X. Let's continue. They only need to find 2.
For the most law-abiding citizen, you could probably find a couple of things that they did wrong. Among the things that they alleged against Kelly was that he had sex when he had herpes, and the law that they went under, no one had ever been prosecuted under that law. That was a law where if 2 people who each have herpes want to have sex together, it's actually illegal under that law.
Wait a minute. Wait. Say that again. So if 2 people knowingly have herpes and they sleep together, that's illegal?
Under that law, yeah. Under the law, he was prosecuted, which is why no one was ever prosecuted under it. We filed a motion saying that it was illegal and unconstitutional, and unfortunately, the judge denied it. I'm certain.
Is it the reason why they bought the prosecutor of that laws because the girls didn't have herpes before they met him? Noonie, am I tripping or what? Noonie, you there? Okay. Am I just tripping, y'all? Because Greenberg just said under that law, if both people knowingly had herpes and they had sex, that was not allowed. But if one person has herpes, know he has it, and doesn't tell the other person, then that's against the law. So, and you say, well, that law had not been used before. That's because the other person didn't have herpes before they met him. Duh. Hold on. Let me continue this.
And on appeal, the appellate court is going to see it differently.
Wow. So when was this law established?
Isn't that ridiculous?
It is. But when was this law established and for what state that is applied to?
It was a New York law passed at the end of World War II to discourage the spread of syphilis because the soldiers were coming back from the war with venereal diseases. And so it was supposed to discourage the spread of venereal disease.
Wow. I've never heard of anything like that in my life. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So amongst other things, what were some of the other things that came up that you don't think was right in that case?
Well, I don't think it's right that you can get around the statute of limitations. I don't think it's right that they could just grab onto cases where state court prosecutors had decided there was no merit to the case. They basically, they stepped in and tried to take over for the state court prosecutors. The other problem that I have with it is that in a state court crime, you're just getting judged on the one crime. Under the Rico law, they were able to bring in a pattern. So you get convicted, even though the judge tells the jurors don't convict them just because of this. You get convicted because there's a pattern of conduct, not because there's any specific conduct. Jurors are humans. If the jurors hear that something repeatedly happened or something similar happened, they're more likely to believe any one of the incidents in fact occurred.
Let me ask you this. Some people accuse you of stalling with the case, and for whatever reason, I don't know where they get their information from or how it came out, but it says that you stalled and you didn't file motions and he just sat there. How true is that? Because you just said you filed the motion for something. How true is that?
No, that's absolutely false. So in a federal criminal case, we had COVID. We were set for trial, and then we had COVID. So I don't know how. I certainly didn't cause the COVID shutdown.
Right.
So in a federal criminal case, a judge will set deadlines for certain things. So certain kinds of motions have to be filed right away. We filed those motions. Other motions you can't file until you get the discovery. And we didn't get the discovery until months before trial. You don't get the discovery the first day like you do in a state court case. So we had to wait till we got the discovery. Once we got the discovery, we had a whole slew of motions that we were going to file when we were dismissed from the case. I don't want to get into a tit for tat, but a couple of the things where the judge commented that we filed them late, they were things that other lawyers on the case were supposed to handle, and they didn't handle them. That's why you saw the judge actually after the trial, she denied a motion, and she said this was filed on the day of trial. I mean, we were out of the case for months and months at that point, and motions were due, and the lawyers that came into the case, they didn't file anything till the day of trial. There were motions we had ready to go challenging the application of the Rico statute that we had shared with the other lawyers that they never filed. So there's all sorts of things. A while ago I had tried to bring in another lawyer into the case, who's now coincidentally is now handling the post-trial motions for him. And I think you're going to find out a lot when she finally does whatever she does. I mean, that's up to her. I'm not involved in it. I'll answer questions if I get asked questions. If I don't get asked questions, I won't answer questions.
So what is her name?
Jennifer Bongine.
Okay. And this is Bill Cosby's prior lawyer.
She did. She handled Bill Cosby's appeal. That is correct.
Now let me play devil. I'm sorry.
She's a friend of mine, and she at one point was possibly going to step in and try the case with Mike Leonard and I.
Let me play devil's advocate for a second. From what I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, from what I know, Bill Cosby's case was overturned because he had made a deal when he had his civil case. And so
right. Bill Cosby's case was overturned because the court allowed in too many incidents of other crimes, what they call bad acts, and also because he had made a deal with the then prosecutor that he would not be prosecuted. He had an immunity deal.
Okay.
And the judge decided that that his immunity deal was personal to that prosecutor and not binding on subsequent prosecutors, which is just an idiotic ruling.
So in essence, the lawyer that is now taking care of R. Kelly, she in essence really didn't save Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby's deal prior to her is what saved Bill Cosby. Is that accurate?
Oh, no, I don't know that that's accurate. I mean, other lawyers had litigated these issues and lost.
But she
the
won.
Gentleman from California, and she won. So obviously, and he lost in the appellate court. So, you know, great facts make great lawyers. Certainly there were good facts there to work with, but you still have to make it work.
Right. And I think that she can make it work. But here's my biggest fear. And just for the record, I'm not pro R. Kelly. I'm not anti R. Kelly. I'm pro justice. So, you know, you have some people who say if you defend somebody or you put up an argument in their corner.
Thank you.
And if you're in your corner for justice or for just being right, you're just being right. So the next thing that I would say is, what happened if this is common knowledge to you, and say, you know, the new lady that you brought in is common knowledge to her and she can help. One, what happened that fell apart for them? And two, my biggest fear is, even if he wins on appeal in New York, he still has 2 other states to come to fight. Winning in New York would mean what to you and for his case?
Y'all make sure y'all go and subscribe to Shabazz channel. It's called the ASIS podcast. This is his interview with Ark. If y'all want to hear the full interview, because I'm not playing the whole thing, but it's called the ASIS podcast. Y'all go and subscribe and check out his work. He did some pretty good work with this interview, but he putting it out there like, okay, so Bill Cosby got off because of something that another lawyer had already set up for him. So all this lawyer did is say, oh, by the way, so he already had this in place and you all didn't honor it. Oh, okay, my bad. He's off. He already had an immunity deal in place. So why are they bringing out the harps, opening the sky so the angels can come out and just like she's coming, the next coming of Jesus or something. This lady is not going to be doing anything that's so spectacular. It was already in place. All she had to do was, they made the pizza. All she did was get the address, put it in the GPS, and go and deliver the pizza. That's all she did. That is all Jennifer did. Okay? Oh.
Winning in New York would mean that they reached the right result on that case. That's what it would mean.
Would it help him? But that wouldn't allow him to be free.
Can you hold on for 1 second? Can you pause
Sure.
this for 1 second? Sorry.
Okay, so that's enough of that. So that's Greenberg letting people know that he was going to bring on Jennifer Bongine before with him in the Chicago case. I'm sure that once they looked at the discovery, he said, maybe you just want to sit this one out, because I'm going to ask him to take a plea, in which R. Kelly said, hell no, I'm R. Kelly. I beat this before, I beat it again. Forget the fact that I got all kind of videos and text messages and GPS coordinates and letters and witnesses and all the evidence against me. I'm going to beat this case. I don't give a damn what they got against me. And then he said, oh, well, I'm not, R. Kelly, you need to go and take a plea. R. Kelly said, hell no. And then R. Kelly said, you know what, you can get out of here. The bloggers are telling me I need to go with this other black guy named Canic or the Mechanic or whatever, and so I'm going to go with them. The bloggers got to his ear, okay? Like Greenberg said, people got in his ear, right? However, now I want to hear Miss Bonjean. So let's see what she got to say. Let's see what Miss Bonjean got to say. You okay, Nitty? I know you was on mute.
Yep, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, honey.
I'm good.
Just hold one moment. Hold on. All right, let's see what Miss Bonjean has got to say here. All right, y'all check this out.
Based attorney Jennifer Bonjean has made a name for herself by taking on high-profile yet unpopular clients. She famously represented Bill Cosby on his appeal before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court concerning his 2018 sexual assault conviction, which ultimately got overturned, and Cosby walked out of prison a free man. Now she's taking on a new client, R. Kelly, who was convicted in September of sex trafficking and racketeering charges and currently faces life in prison for those crimes. Joining me now is Kelly's new legal counsel, Jennifer Bonjean herself. Counselor, happy to have you on the show. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Yodi.
Okay, Jennifer, so I'm going to start this conversation by asking you the most obvious question, one I'm sure you get all the time. Why would you defend R. Kelly?
I approach every case the same way. And I look and I say, has there been a miscarriage of justice? And in my mind, a miscarriage of justice occurs when the government oversteps, when they overreach, when they violate someone's constitutional right to a fair trial. And then I ask myself, is there anything I can do about it? Can I possibly get this individual some type of remedy, some type of relief? And when I looked at R. Kelly's case, I found that both of those things were true. And so I had no reservations about taking R. Kelly's case. What I see was the travesty of justice and how the process worked. And when the process doesn't work, the outcomes are not fair, they're not righteous. And as a result, I took R. Kelly's case. And I pass on cases, but this is a case that I felt satisfied both of those requirements.
And that's because you think that the government abused the Rico statute in order to get around issues of statute of limitations, right? And so for people who may think I'm talking legalese here, there were accusations for decades against R. Kelly. Those accusations, cases, whatever it may be, were old, and so they couldn't be tried in a court of law. But to get around that, prosecutors used this statute, the Rico, which most people would associate with like big drug lords, to get around that in order to get R. Kelly on these charges. That's what you're talking about when you're talking about a miscarriage of justice, correct?
I mean, it's more than that. First of all, the government could have charged R. Kelly along many years ago, many times over, with whatever crimes they believe that he committed. Now, they didn't do that many times. We know there was a case back in I think in the mid-aughts out of Cook County, and he was found not guilty of that case. But the government could have brought charges, and they chose not to for whatever reasons. And now they have brought charges against him under the Rico, which, yes, was designed to get at criminal enterprises, mafia, large drug operations run by gangs. And they are doing that, yes, to plead around the statute of limitations. But even more problematic in my mind is they use this statute in order to overwhelm the jury with other crimes evidence or other bad act evidence. It doesn't even have to be another crime. So really what they're doing is putting someone's life on trial. And that ends up being not really a fair fight. It's one thing to defend against a specific charge. That is fair. But when you bring in these crimes, these alleged crimes under the RICO Act, you're really putting someone in a position where they have to defend 30 years of their entire life. And that, I think, is not a fair fight, because it doesn't give, you don't have fair notice on what they're coming at you with. There's allegations that date back 30 years. And there are sometimes it's very difficult for particularly high profile people, 30 years. Oh, do I even know this person? Where was I? How can I defend against that? So it's not a fair fight. And then they brought claims under the Mann Act. And the Mann Act has been historically problematic, and it was no less problematic in this case as well. I believe that the government misused those statutes in order to gain convictions against R. Kelly that were not fair. And there's much that the jury didn't hear that they should have heard.
Jennifer, I'm a lawyer too, so I understand what you're saying, and I'm able to think about this in a logical, obviously legal way, setting aside my emotion. But for the lay person, the person that's watching right now, and who's watched our coverage of R. Kelly's trial, who believe that he's finally being held accountable for abusing Black women and girls, they don't care about a fair fight, right? They be creative. They're probably thinking, hey, however way the government could do it, they finally did, and it's done. I don't care. Explain why it matters to everyone ultimately that we essentially, there's a checks and balances when it comes to prosecution.
Yeah, that's right. And I can appreciate that there's emotions that run high and people don't necessarily value how the government goes about getting what they consider to be justice. But when the government runs amok, right now it's R. Kelly, tomorrow it's somebody else. And maybe it's someone you care about tomorrow. Maybe it's a loved one of yours. To keep the government honest and to keep them in check, the system has to work for all of us, the R. Kellys of the world, the Bill Cosbys of the world, and then people that we don't even know. And so my job is to make sure the government does it the fair way. And if they didn't do it fair, it just doesn't count. It's like if you cheat during a football game and you want to declare victory, you can't because you cheated. And it is my job to hold the government responsible and to hold their feet to the fire. And I believe that was not done. It hasn't been done, but we're hoping to do it.
So, I've had this conversation with colleagues for years. And in fact, we had a conversation about it on the show a few weeks back about the blowback that attorneys risk facing from the public over who they choose to represent. I get tweets from viewers asking why I keep inviting certain lawyers who represented less than desirable clients. And of course, that question that we all get, defense lawyers get, how can you defend a guilty person? I'm curious, how would you respond? What would be your response to that question?
Well, I first of all, let me start by saying that that is a general question I get all the time. I don't know whether it's specific to R. Kelly or not, and I'm not here to, I don't trust the verdict that came back in R. Kelly's case. So I'm not going to say he's guilty until I believe that there was a fair process. I don't rely on verdicts where the process was not fair. So let me make that clear. I do not believe that the verdict is a reliable indicator of whether R. Kelly is in fact factually guilty. But to your general question of how do you represent unpopular people? How do you represent people that the media has already convicted? How do I represent them? I'm a defense attorney, and that's what I do. And I believe to my core that the government needs to be held accountable, and when they don't go about this process in a fair and just way, that is a miscarriage of justice, and it affects all of us. And I guess I just really believe in that principle. It just doesn't matter to me whether it's R. Kelly or Bill Cosby or any number of wrongfully convicted people that I have represented over the years. It just does not matter. It's all the same to me, because if the system doesn't work for one, it doesn't work for any of us. And I guess I'm just really focused on that principle. And it doesn't, my view is if you're a defense attorney and you can't get with that idea, then maybe find a different career. It's really one of the fundamental tenets of what we do.
Jennifer, I wish we had more time. I could talk about this all day with you, and I'm hoping that you do come back. But I've got time for just one question. Sure. As women attorneys, we're assumed to have more empathy for accusers. And so there's a lot more pressure on us on who we choose to represent than, say, male attorneys. Is that fair?
Well, I think it's a little ridiculous. I mean, women are capable of anything, right? We're capable of being president. We're capable of being vice president. We're also capable of bad. We're capable of lying. We're capable of the gamut of things. Why? Because we're human beings. And to think that we are either this, this virtuous, perfect person versus evil, we're capable of all of it. So to say that we somehow have a greater ability to be, empathic, I think once we go down that road, that leads to a bad place. Women and men are capable of all types of emotions, motivations, and they can be incentivized by anything. And that's just how I view it. So no, I guess I don't think it's fair.
There you have it. Jennifer Bongine, pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so very much for your time tonight.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow.
Alexa, stop. Jennifer Bongine, you obviously don't know what the hell you about to walk into. Before we go on with this commentary, I need to introduce a couple of people that have joined the panel. First, I will introduce Mr. Robert Keller. Mr. Robert Keller himself. Sir, how you doing today? Robert Keller, take yourself off of mute.
Oh, my bad, man. I'm doing.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you joining us today. We have the beautiful Noonie here with us today. How you doing, Noonie?
Hey, y'all.
And then we have one of the most powerful legal minds in the world. Someone who is better than Johnny Cochran, any other lawyer out there, someone who actually teaches lawyers on what to do. I had to actually get clearance from the president just to get this person to be able to come on my channel. And I finally got Delta clearance. Let me introduce to y'all Miss Angie Walker. How you doing, Miss Walker?
Remember, I ain't never had an introduction like that. What? I'm like, who he talking about? I'm looking around. Who he talking about? Girl, okay. I'm like, darn, they got another lawyer in the second grade. This is good.
How you doing?
All right. Hey, Noonie. Hey, Robert. What's up, Jack?
Hey.
What's up?
All right, y'all. So my head is actually spinning. First, let's start with this Rico thing. These predicate acts. So here's my question. There's a couple of questions I want to ask y'all. Okay, Miss Angie, you are the legal mind on the panel, so if you could please break this down for us, that would be excellent. Oh, okay. Who we got here? Hey, Robert. Who is Robert Kelly guilty? Keith. What's up, Keith? How you doing?
You said Robert Keller guilty?
Yeah, Robert.
Hold on now. What I do?
R. Kelly guilty. Okay. What up, Keith? Okay, y'all. So here's some questions that I have for y'all. Okay. First of all, I would like to pull up exactly what a predicate act is. Okay. And let's look at this really quick. Actually, so let me share this with y'all. One moment. Let me share. Okay. So a predicate act means an earlier offense that can be used to enhance a sentence levied for a later conviction. a crime which is composed of some of the elements of a more serious crime and which is committed for carrying out the greater crime. Extortion and blackmail are examples of RICO predicate acts. So, Miss Angie, if you could just break that down to some of us who can't quite understand those big words of that right there.
Right. Well, actually, it's pretty much self-explanatory. What it pretty much means is that, like, just think about this. You have crimes, whether it be obstruction, embezzlement, things of that nature, standalone crimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've taken some of those standalone crimes and incorporated in the RICO criteria in order for it to fit RICO. And those type of crimes you usually involve like something serious, something very detrimental to another person or organization or things of that nature. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, and they take that I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by something. I'm reading something real quick. They take they take those different crimes and they put them. They take those different crimes and they put them in a in a let me get it, y'all. Wait a minute. Sorry, y'all. I'm getting a whole bunch of texts. Wait a minute. They take those different crimes and they put them in a category, right? Whether it be financial, whether it be some type of harm, physical harm to people, this, that, and the third, whatever. And due to the seriousness of it, and due to the conspiracy element of it, whether it be like other people, people helping, whatever, that classifies the enterprise, whatever. They use that, and then they usually try to say when there's another crime, and they try to make it look real serious by adding in like another crime, this, that, and the third, so it could look real serious. They group them together, and that kind of sums up what the entire RICO is. So they took it's actually over 35 crimes. It took over 35 of more of the serious in whatever respect. So if it's like when it comes to banking, like embezzlement, things like that, that's serious, right?
Okay, right.
Comes to high crimes, murder, obstruction, because obstruction could be murder,
Right.
a kidnapping, all of that serious stuff. And they took over 35 of those crimes and placed it where they call them predicate acts, which would be qualified for the RICO statute. Sorry, it took a minute to get it down.
So what I'd like to do is I would like to number one, I want to pull up, and then I'm going to ask a question for the panel. So first, what I want to do is I want to pull up what the actual predicate acts that he was convicted of. I want to pull up the verdict sheet right quick. Let me share this with y'all so we can all be on the same page. Here we go. All right, so let's look at this really quick here. So this right here was the actual the verdict sheet. Okay, so as it says here, as to count one with racketeering, how did you find the defendant? They said guilty. Okay. And then it said here, if you answered guilty as to count one, indicate whether the following racketeering acts were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you answered not guilty, proceed to count two. So where it says racketeering, act one, bribery, they said that was proven. Racketeering, act two, sexual exploitation of a child of Jane Doe number 2, that was proved. Racketeering act 3, kidnapping of Jane Doe number 3, that was not proved. So there we go. So that was not proven by the government. Now racketeering act 4, the Mann Act violations for Jane Doe number 3, What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 4 transportation? That was not proved. What was your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 4? B, coercion or enticement? That was not proved. So I believe we're talking about number 3. I think they were more so, and correct me if I'm wrong, Keller. They're talking about Sonya, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this proves that they didn't really find Sonya to be 100% credible, and they didn't feel like the government did a great job in proving their case when it came to the acts with her involved. Now it says here, if you answered proved as to Racketeering Act 4A or 4B or both, please answer the following question. If answered not proved, proceed to the next Racketeering Act. Please indicate which of the statutes of sexual activity violated. You should check all that apply, but need to check at least one. So let me see. Sexual activity during the commission of a kidnapping of Jane Doe number 3. Sexual activity as part of the course of delivery of a controlled substance. That stuff was not proven. Now let's go here to Racketeering Act 5, Man Act with Jane Doe number 4. That was proven. Racketeering Act 6, forced labor with Jane Doe number 4. That was proved. Racketeering Act 7, sexual exploitation of a child with Jane Doe number 4. That was proved. Now 4, I believe, is that Pace?
I think so.
Okay. So if that's Pace, then they proved that he had sex with her when she was under the legal age. They also proved that it was forced labor, meaning that he forced her to have sex with other people against her will.
I believe that forced labor was he forced her to give him oral sex, I believe, for Pace.
And also having sex with other men.
Yeah, it was having sex with other men.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was Pace. I didn't know that was Pace.
Yeah.
Sex with nephew.
Yeah.
With nephew. With
so
nephew,
and then
brother, all of them. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Had forced her to have sex with other men that she didn't approve of. And then Racketeering Act 5, which was the Man Act, which was traveling across state lines, that was proven based on the airline stuff and all of the text and all that kind of stuff. That was proven that she was brought across state lines. Now, Racketeering Act 8, Man Act violation for Jane Doe number 5. What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 8A, transportation? That was proven. We all know that was proven. What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 8B, coercion or enticement? That was proven. Racketeering Act 9, Man Act, Jane Doe number 5. What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 9, transportation? That was proven. What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 9B, coercion or enticement? That was proven. C. What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 9, coercion or enticement of a minor? That was proven. Thank you, baby. What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 9, transportation of a minor? That was proven. Racketeering Act 10, exploitation of a child, Jane Doe number 5. That was proven. Racketeering Act 11, forced labor of Jane Doe number 5. That was proven. Okay? If you want to, Noonie, if you want to read these, you can. Go ahead.
Okay, which one?
Go ahead and read right there, Racketeering Act 12, Man Act. Go ahead and start there.
Okay. Racketeering Act 12, Man Act violations, Jane Doe number 6. What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 12? That was proven.
No, that's for transportation.
What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 12?
If you could, Noonie, read those.
Yeah, sorry, that was the first one. Okay. Coercion and enticement, that was proven. If you answered proved as either a Racketeering Act 12A or 12B or both, please answer the following question. If you answered not proven, proceed to the next Racketeering Act. Please indicate which of the statutes the sexual activity violated, either Reckless endangerment, violation of New York Penal Code 120.20. Knowing exposure of infectious venereal disease, violation of New York Public Health Law 2307. It was marked as both. Racketeering Act 13, forced labor, Jane Doe, number 6. It was proven. Racketeering Act 14, Mann Act, Jane Doe, number 6. What is your verdict with respect to racketeering 14A? It was proven. What is your verdict with respect to Racketeering Act 14B? That was proven. If you answered proved as to either Racketeering Act 14A or 14B or both, please answer the following question. If you answered not proved, proceed to the next Racketeering Act. Please indicate which of the statutes the sexual activity violated. Either reckless endangerment, violation of New York Penal Code 120.20, knowing exposure of infectious venereal disease, violation of New York Public Health Law 2307. It indicated as both. As to count 2, Mann Act, transportation, Jane Doe, number 5. How do you find the defendant? Marked as guilty. As to count 3, Mann Act, coercion and enticement, Jane Doe, number 5. How do you find the defendant? Guilty. As to count 4, Mann Act, coercion of a minor, Jane Doe, number 5. How do you find the defendant? Guilty. As to count 5, Mann Act, transportation of a minor, Jane Doe, number 5. How do you find the defendant? Guilty. As to count 6, Mann Act, transportation, Jane Doe, number 6. How do you find the defendant? Guilty. If you answered guilty as to count 6, please answer the following question. If you answered not guilty, proceed to the next count. Please indicate which of the statutes the sexual activity violated. Either reckless endangerment, violation of New York Penal Code 120.20, knowing exposure of infectious venereal disease, violation of New York Public Health Code 2307. It's indicated as both.
Thank you very much, Noonie. Keith, if you want to, or Miss Angie, you can read starting there as to count 7.
I think they all the same. They all the same. Like the rest of the count, they all gonna be the same.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the same. Scroll down a little bit. Scroll down. Or scroll up or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they all the same.
Yeah, they all the same. Yeah, they all the same. So we're only skipping this, you guys, because they're all the same. Just put that out there. All guilty verdicts, that is.
I mean, it's the same with the health, public health law, and the reckless.
So pretty much, so everything was guilty. Okay, he got convicted on all 9 counts. Okay, now let's look at this actual federal racketeering. Now I only got it's like 23. So there are 35 specific crimes included in the Rico Act. I think I got like 23 of them. We're going to look and see what those are and see if any of those match up with the things that R. Kelly was convicted of when it came to his violations of these victims in New York. So it says here, Rico information. The Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, passed in the United States Congress on October 15th of 1970, was revolutionary. Prior to the Rico Act, federal prosecutors were unable to legally tie organized crime leaders to those committing the crimes. By passing the Rico, those ordering crimes could be prosecuted along with those committing the crimes on their behalf. Furthermore, the Rico Act was designed to specifically target known organized crimes such that 35 specific offenses were listed as elements for prosecution. So, Miss Angie, I've heard you say a lot of times on different channels that as long as the elements are there to prove it. Can you expound on that when you talk about the elements?
Right, which with each crime there are elements, right? That the prosecution alleged that they are going to prove, right? So they, they, they list the law as we seen it. The crime, the charge, the count or the charge, count and the charge is the same thing. They list the count or the charge, and then below it you'll start seeing, what the law entails. Then you start seeing the elements.
Okay.
The prosecution, yes, prosecution is supposed to each one of those elements.
Okay. Now, it is the job of the government to prove how many out of the 35 elements. How many do they have to prove in order to find a conviction?
Well, I think
I'm sorry?
With R. Kelly, go ahead.
It's only two, right? Don't they have to find two?
Yeah, two of the predicate act. Now, when you're referring to elements here, these are the actual predicate acts.
These are the predicate. Okay, so let's read through these here.
We could use that interchangeable. We could use that interchangeable. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So some of the predicate acts are gambling, murder, kidnapping. He wasn't convicted of any of those or found guilty of any of those. Extortion. Would y'all say that he was found guilty of extortion?
That one, I don't remember saying that in there.
Right. Arson.
Nope.
No. Robbery. Bribery.
Or one of them.
Yes.
That's one. Dealing in a obscene manner. Dealing or trafficking a controlled substance or chemical. No.
Probably.
Bribery. Why they got bribery 2 times?
Is that R. Kelly's?
No, that's
just a general list. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Counterfeiting, theft, embezzlement, fraud, obstruction of justice.
Yes.
Yes. So that's 2.
Not in New York, though. Not in New York.
Right.
Okay. Slavery, money laundering, commission of murder for hire, embezzlement of union funds, bankruptcy fraud or securities fraud, criminal copyright infringement, human smuggling, acts of terrorism. So out of all these ones that I have, he wasn't convicted of any of these, but in New York other than one, and that was bribery.
But it's only a partial list.
So where's the full? I wish I had the full list.
Hold up, I'll look for it for you. You just give me a second. Compare with this.
Let me look in the prosecution's handbook. Hold on for a minute.
Okay.
Well, we got a great resource.
Yeah, hold on.
Got more Atmos, Wikipedia
You
stuff
got
like
the
that.
prosecution.
Yeah, she got the prosecution. Rico crimes, federal Rico crimes. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, go to justice.gov.
It's all 35?
Yeah, go to justice.gov.
Okay.
Or just Google federal Rico charges and go to the justice. They got
but it's all 35 in there, though.
All 35. It don't have the list. My bad. It don't have the list.
But that's partial. That's just partial.
Yeah, but that don't help us with this because that's 35 predicate acts of Rico. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. If Miss Angie can't find it, I'll find it.
Oh, she gonna find it. She got that prosecutor.
Well, I know she will. What are the 35 acts? Okay. More items.
Oh, wait. If it ain't on the list. She ain't got some.
Oh,
we'll see. To the rescue.
Huh?
Here we go. They definitely gonna have commentary on that.
Oh yeah, you know it. Oh, they wait.
She
They
ain't to
sit
the
there.
rescue. It ain't on
They
the
sit.
list.
Yeah, they can't. Oh, they sitting there like.
It's been misused. If it ain't on the list.
Okay. Okay. So I'm looking at. All right. So hear me out. I got a website. Hold on.
Oh, she ain't got some.
Yes, I do. Shut up. Now my computer was doing something. That's why I have to look real quick. Okay. So the Rico has gone up to 35 distinct crimes, which includes larceny crimes. Under larceny is robbery or theft. Crimes involving people, murder, kidnapping, slavery, human smuggling, tampering with a witness. Money related crimes, multiple kinds of fraud, oh shoot, lost my place, embezzlement, money laundering, bribery, paying for murder for hire, gambling, counterfeiting, extortion, and collection of unlawful debt. Others include criminal copyright infringement, arson, acts of terrorism, obstruction of justice, trafficking, controlled substances, and false use of passport.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Now I read that from
Jose ain't got something.
Levi for Kelly is in the building. What up, Levi?
Hell no.
Come on the panel, Levi. I know you want to come in.
Yes.
Jose ain't got something.
So let me,
Levi, you can come in. Hit the link at the top. Go ahead, Miss Angie.
I know. So Keith, so where you reading that from? They have it broken down into different categories, right? Yeah, but that came from an Atlanta criminal law blog. That came from that. You know, I'm just letting you know where I got the. Yeah, they saying that they're in different categories. Okay, now I'm still looking in the manual law, y'all. So you know it takes a minute. I'm still looking. Hold on, let me see if I could.
Oh snap! Misuse.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh my G, we heard
Misuse of the Rico. You're coming out tomorrow.
Based on what we. Hey, Levi, you know you welcome over here, my brother. You was kind and welcoming to us over there. You're more than welcome to come on the panel if you want. The link is at the top. You're more than welcome to come in. Sheesh.
Okay, here we go. Wait a minute. Let me see if I get something. Let me see if I got something. Right now, Atmos, they're going to send your YouTube clip all over the place about us finding 35 Rico clients. Oh, they said that they have 35, but they ain't talk about what was in the trial. They're going to say all sorts of stuff. So
oh, you know they about to lose their minds over this.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Man.
Okay.
Man.
That's not it. These are cases. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. Thought I had some. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, so Levi's listening closely.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask y'all a question until we can find those other things. Here's my question to y'all, and this is gonna tell us right now if they misused the RICO Act or not.
Nah.
Huh?
Stop saying that,
Here's a question. It's a question. All right. Well, let me see what Levi say. Levi say, yes, sir, brother. I'm out at dinner right now, but when I leave, if you guys are still on, I will come in. Thank you for the invitation. You're welcome, sir. So here's my question, y'all.
Yes.
When it comes to the RICO Act, did R. Kelly have people in place to assist him in sex crimes?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that was proven.
Yes.
That was proven.
That was proven with Demetrius. That was proven with Nephew.
Right. Them giving out his phone number and all this other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. OT Bell 1 said yes.
What's that noise?
Yeah, what's that? That's not me.
I don't know what that is. Okay. Oh, West Coast Bell said absolutely. Shirley said yes. Okay. Here's another question. So we all unanimously say that the RICO was not abused, right?
Nope. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
So I don't think so.
Well,
I don't know.
okay.
I know
hold on, because
not.
I understand you spoke to Keller today, so let me straighten this out a little bit because we had this conversation. Okay.
Okay.
Kel, what was your thought about, so we can recreate this conversation? What was your position about the misuse of the Rico? Why did you say she didn't use, so you can jumpstart what I told you?
Well, it have to be, for it to be misused or for it not to be applicable, R. Kelly could have in place people that assist him in crimes. In his case, sex crimes. So either if he didn't, okay, it was misused. If he did, it's valid. Also, the second part of that was the predicate acts.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, and people get confused with that.
So along with that, we got to look at the predicate acts. And I think in R. Kelly case, it was 15, something like that, and they only needed 2.
Okay, so what we were talking about, you were talking about her argument that the Rico was misused.
Bring out 30 years. She had an issue.
Yeah, and
because
I was saying that she's not arguing that of course and I was telling you, of course, the Rico could have been used. It was used, and the jury found him guilty for Rico because of what the criteria is and the qualifications for in order for it to be Rico. In my opinion, she's arguing that the Rico in this case was misused due to the unfairness of the use to it as it applies to R. Kelly. I think she's saying that because he is a recording superstar, right? That meant that he had to he's not like a mob boss. He's not someone that has a serious criminal enterprise. When you think about a criminal enterprise, she's saying that for a regular man who so happened to be a singing superstar, it is unfair for them to put 30 years of his life on trial because it would be hard to defend. Meaning that he, just like any human, take away the superstar, in 30 years, you're going to make a bunch of mistakes. Is it right for the law to say, okay, for those mistakes in 30 years, and it's just really dealing with sex, and maybe, I didn't know how this girl was when I encountered her here, and this, that, and the third. Is it fair for you to put someone on trial and have them to have to defend 30 years and remember everybody, every scenario, every situation, what happened, how it happened, whatever? Is it fair? And it's not a criminal enterprise that has caused death, a major, and I'm just saying, this is my opinion. This is what an argument could be. It hasn't caused death, what is typically thought of when it's called, when you think of kidnapping, when I told you that kidnapping is what the government and the other, the state laws have described. And it's just more than removing somebody and you never seeing them against their will.
Well, she had an issue with the statute of limitations. She's saying that it's not fair that they are able to use the Rico to bypass.
Right. This is pretty much what I'm saying.
It's not fair. It is not fair for him to go on trial. So it pretty much give the prosecutors they're able to put 30 years.
Yeah.
Pretty much his whole life on and it's hard to defend that. And I'm saying
that's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying now.
It's a lot of stuff hard to defend.
Yeah, but it would be
her thing is she think it's unfair. That's the law. She might not be in agreement with the law, but that's
stop cutting me off because I was explaining that. Damn, yeah, we go through this. Oh Lord, we on. I mean, take off the damn off YouTube. Take it off because I break down.
Go ahead.
But I'm saying I was explaining the same thing that he's saying. And so, and when it comes, and what she's saying is, shouldn't it be, shouldn't it run into that constitutional privilege that we have, which is statute of limitations, when it comes to defending 30 years? Because if the RICO wasn't used, it would have a problem with the statute of limitation. But because you were able to use RICO, she done already wrote this, right? Because I'm getting this sound pretty good.
It's coming out tomorrow.
Wait a
So
minute.
we're gonna see.
And I want, hey, and I
We're
don't
gonna see
want, and
how
I
you
don't want
line
to
up
keep
with her. It's
tails
coming
up
out
and
tomorrow.
pass out.
We'll see how you line up with her. It's coming out tomorrow. That's why we
right.
did this.
She done already
To
wrote this,
see
right?
if
I don't want to.
that's
I'm going. Wait a minute. That sound okay? No, I'm just saying. I'm just playing, y'all. I ain't being arrogant saying that she would use it. I'm just playing, y'all.
but no, we actually
So,
seeing we can mimic her tomorrow. That's like the whole purpose of this. See if we can
right,
mimic what
right.
she's saying
Because of
tomorrow.
course, because we want to. You know how we gonna be. You know, this is a little paperwork watch, y'all. Paperwork watch. So, so she's saying if it wasn't but for the use of the RICO, you wouldn't be able to have been able to charge him for all of those things, and except in the charges that had something to do with minors, right? And if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, charges against minor for is like sexual or whatever. It hasn't always been a unlimited
Right.
statute.
It changed like in
Yeah, it had a cap on that.
2017 or something like that.
Yeah.
18,
Okay.
something like that.
So here's my question, Miss Angie.
Yeah.
The legal mind. Did the government misuse the RICO in this case?
No. Not to me. Not in my opinion.
Oh, that's epic. That's
No.
epic.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because
To
the
hear that from
law,
her, that's epic.
yeah, the law is as it states, right? So when you come to just say when we started off talking to those talking about the predicate acts or what have you, right? You have to ask yourself, okay, one, is the predicate in nature with the crimes, right? Did the crime happen prior to another offense, right? Did it do that? Or did the crime happen, and then later on down the line, a different crime, happened?
Mm-hmm.
And was those crimes connected to something tangible, meaning money or something in that area? And that's where the use of the RICO, where it would be applied properly, because all those things occurred, right? I mean, Kelly, you know the paperwork, is that right? Those things occurred, right? A
Right.
crime probably happened to a prior offense, right?
Right.
And they brought up the funds he used to further, they say, the criminal enterprise that was made off of him, his work in the, the industry or what have you. So that's the money portion of it. So all those boxes check off.
Right.
In the nutshell is the RICO and how they were able to use it. And apparently the government proved each piece of that, what I just said, because if I'm just trying to think of the indictment in my head, at the second paragraph, they give the definition of an enterprise. When they list a definition, a story right there, they're trying to tell you that this is what they're going to prove, is whether they don't just say we're going to prove this or whatever, don't say that, on an indictment normally. But when they list that, they're telling you this part here about the enterprise. This is what we are alleging, and this is why this crime, this charge fits this crime.
Okay. So, Keith, what's your take on this?
Well, of course, she turns in her motion tomorrow. But everybody don't need to forget that the government has to respond to what she's going to turn into tomorrow. Then after the government responds, she's going to provide a rebuttal if necessary. And I think they provide a response to that. Mm-hmm. So we probably will not hear nothing about this decision late March or the first week of April. We won't know the judge's decision till then. And
What's your decision?
what's my decision? Oh, it's going to get denied. It ain't my decision. I mean, that's what I know is going to happen.
So here's another question for the panel. And this is just based on what we have learned, what we've learned, what we've read in the transcripts. Do you all believe that R. Kelly's attorneys went into this case trying to set it up for an appeal? And the reason why I asked those questions is because you heard his own attorney from day one say out of her mouth, you need to find my client guilty. Like I think that was the first sign of demolition right there.
Yes, I would say they tried to set up for an appeal, but here's the thing: she did say, in what was hearing was that the Curcio hearing?
No, that was the opening statement.
That was the opening statement.
No, I know it's the opening statement. But remember when they had, I don't know if it was.
Yeah, the Curcio where the judge said that they warned R. Kelly, if you use her, you can't try to use her as a way to say as ineffective counsel.
Yes, then there's that's what's like. What else could he say as ineffective? He can't use that.
Can't use her.
Can't use her. Yeah, no, I understand.
Well, I think that only applied to Azriel.
But not only that, go back in the transcripts. Since everybody was go back in the transcripts when she was questioning the way Kannick was objecting to something or asking questions. Go back to it's in the transcripts. There was times when she was saying like, "Why is he doing this?" When she knows his experience, like his
setting up the appeal. That's fine.
Right.
Yeah. But see, that's what don't get read. That's what don't get read. Let's just remember that they don't read that, but it's in the transcripts. If y'all would like for me to find which one, I will do so.
I believe before the
go ahead, Keith, because go ahead. Can you find it? Because I was just on a if you don't mind.
Oh, Kannick was obsessed with twerking and stuff. Okay.
I believe they were setting up the appeal. I think any attorney will always set up the appeal as a plan B.
So let me ask you a question then. And Noonie, you can chime in. I know you've been on here. You ain't really had said much. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to exclude you. Do you think they were trying to
get in there sometimes?
I
said it's hard to get in, get a word sometimes.
Well, what you got to say? What you think?
Oh, well, I was just going to say that I think that they go in there and they assess, and they know that they're fighting an uphill battle because of all the evidence that they, are given in the beginning so they could fight him adequately. So I feel like when they know that it's a really hard case to win, they, of course, they're going to go for all of that for something they can use as a mistrial or to get thrown, like anything for appeal, like everything they're going to try to collect all of that because they know most likely they're going to have to use it. So of course they're going to, keep that in the back of their minds.
Do you think that is possible that they definitely knew from the beginning and strategized, we all need to be on the same page as far as saying some of the most outrageous things. What's her name? Becker. You don't show up for the last day. Can it talk about twerking and all that?
Of course.
Get the most ignorant witness you can and ask to everybody want to hear his demo. I mean, as we read the case, it almost seemed like a comedy.
I think they was actually trying to win on trial. I think more the appeal was being set up more so in emotions.
I think the thing here, and that the part that the R. Kelly supporters are looking for, and this is the sad part. I think they're more focused on finding a technicality to get him off, as opposed to saying, "Hey, the evidence doesn't match up to exactly what happened." Because there's so much evidence built against him, they're looking for a technicality, and you hear them talking about.
It's loud.
Those the cards they dealt.
Right.
I mean, what can you do? I mean, you look at everything and see what you got, and like, okay, this is what we have to do. This is the best option. These are the options we have based on the situation.
What's up?
Hello?
On mute.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Oh, I found, I found something in the transcripts when y'all get a chance.
Go ahead, Keith.
Oh, y'all ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's, if anybody has the documentation, it's under Jane Doe number 5 transcript. It's on page 807. Page 807. Put that in the chat. Page 807.
807.
Yes, put that in there. Just in case if people are following and reading along. Okay, so I'm looking at the part where it says, it's a sidebar. It actually starts on 806. But he's saying, Mr. Canick says, Your Honor, I don't understand. I'm objecting to questions that I think are leading. This is a very crucial witness. I think we should begin her testimony, and the court is overruling those objections. I don't want to continue to object if you're going to overrule them. But I just need to know the rationale. The judge, Judge Ann, this is the judge saying this. I'm on 806 actually. Start on 806. That's where I'm reading from. So, just everybody just go to 806. My fault, because I want to start from the beginning. Okay, so I'm reading Judge Ann part. Well, my general policy is I don't look back on rulings, but I will surely explain it to you. She said that the same thing happened this time as had happened before, and the follow-up was somewhat leading. But it was based on her answer that the same thing had happened before, which she had described earlier. So while it was technically leading, it wasn't leading in a way that was unfair. That's the basis for my ruling. And I don't, as a practical matter, I don't understand you to be doing this either. It's that very technical violation requires some kind of a corrective instruction. If there is real leading going on, I will sustain it, as I think I've done before. But I think a little bit of leading to move it along when it's already been established, what she was talking about is not a problem. That's page 806. And that was from Jane Doe number 5 transcript.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a trend.
Welcome, Levi for Kelly.
How you guys doing?
Good, brother. Thank you for coming thank you for stepping into the lines, Den. I appreciate you.
Oh man, hey bro, I ain't got no problem with you, your people. Hopefully you can hear me pretty well. If I don't want to disturb your life. Okay, great. I just want to say, this is your channel, but my personal rules are like, if anyone, I don't go on hardly nobody's channel. You know that. I've been on Angie's channel, and if one of the terrorists were to, come on board,
they ain't allowed on here.
Word up. So I'm just saying, just so you know, no disrespect to you, because like I said, bro, I ain't got no problem with you. My rule is that I just exit. You feel me? But I know that you have a pretty sterile platform here.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to actually induce, my narrative on your show. I'm listening to you guys, and I was at dinner, And I was like, let me get a to-go plate because let me straighten these people out over here. I said, hey, y'all. Like Valerie said in Harlem Nights, I said I had my mouth fixed for this chicken Alfredo. My mouth was all fixed for it. I'm sitting there at the restaurant listening. I said, let me go and straighten these people out. Yeah, but let me say this real.
Straightening me out, I know that.
I was listening to Keith. I was telling my girl, I said, keep over here making up her own laws and shit on my cousin. Hey, Angie, keep making up her own laws and shit.
But what laws I'm making up? I was reading something.
Yeah, but you
should try it. Maybe you should try it.
Hey, I ain't them terrorists. You know, I read very well. But listen, you were embellishing a little bit, but that's cool. Let me just say this real quick.
Can I read, sweetie?
Yes, ma'am. And I want you to finish reading, but I want to just interject real quick and say this, and then I'll be quiet because this is more educational for me. You guys are completely off base, and the beauty of it is that tomorrow we will all know. But I believe that you're discussing secondary issues as it pertains to Miss Bonjean's motion tomorrow. I've already told the whole entire YouTube world that I have provided her with information that I believe is going to be primary as it pertains to her filings tomorrow. And that is the fact, and I understand that a lot of people don't want to offer any credence to it. That's fine. But tomorrow we'll know. And that is the big 1,000-pound pink elephant in the room that no one wants to really give credence to is, and the strongest, I feel, the strongest argument as it pertains to this case being overturned is the Sixth Amendment. And that's the fact that, and I don't have the document with me right now, but perhaps you guys can pull it up. And that is,
But was the document brought up in the trial?
Yes, listen.
Hold on, Keith, hold on. Look, let's let people finish talk. I want to cut nobody off.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Levi.
It was brought, everything which Ms. Walker can attest to, everything that preceded the trial as it pertains to paperwork is pertinent, is relevant. It is not just the trial. And that one particular smoking gun is when the prosecutors themselves confirmed with the courts that my cousin Robert R. Kelly had people on the outside on social media doing his bidding. That was a contributing factor to not only him being denied bail, but I believe that was a contributing factor to this charge of obstruction. The obstruction, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's all part and parcel of the same continuum from the time he was first indicted to the trial. So what I have provided her with my 50-plus page document is the chronological breakdown of how all this occurred. And I'm not going to change you guys' direction on your discussion, Atmos. You already know my position, and I use my own show for that. But at the end of the day, I feel, and I don't want you guys to fall out and faint tomorrow once you drop this, and that is Robert Kelly, R. Kelly's cases were infiltrated and hijacked by what I refer to, those who I refer to as members of the quote-unquote R. Kelly terrorist network. His cases were in fact infiltrated and hijacked, such to the extent, and I'll beat this drum until he comes home, that the very African-American attorney who sat next to him during trial was a member of that terrorist network placed there by those individuals who we all know about, including the PI. I'm not going to name names on your show because I don't do it on mine, including that PI. This was an unprecedented criminal act carried out by a criminal enterprise of outright social media-based terrorism. And as a result of that, it sounds, I understand it sounds kind of far out there, but the reality is that, listen to me, brother Atmos, listen to me, people. Every defendant has a right, when charged, to face his accusers, and a right that whole entire United States Constitution guaranteeing he or she certain rights, from the indictment, from the arrest, all the way to the trial, conviction, or exoneration. Nothing in that line, it is a continuum. Nothing in that line can be defective. It must be a sterile process. Atmos Love, my dear brother, and every member of Team Truth, every member of Oak Cove, you all witness. You have the record. You all witness these individuals carrying out terroristic acts, doxing Azriel Clary, her family, attacking every federal potential witness and witness. You all witnessed Demetrius Smith phone call being illegally recorded over the period of months or the period of weeks. That turned over to his attorneys. You all, if anyone, cannot claim that you did not see certain members of R. Kelly's legal team involved and engaging individuals who were committing crimes, not just via social media, but we're talking about physically. We're talking about physical crimes, like one individual, the baby killer, going up to Javante Cunningham's job, harassing and trying to intimidating her, which I myself turned that over to the federal authorities. And from my understanding, so did Larry. You all witnessed with your own ears and eyes the baby killer going up in the courtroom, filming, asking for Azriel Clary in an attempt to harass and intimidate her. You witnessed this individual on the phone with R. Kelly's attorney, and most importantly, you witnessed the relationship, as you watched in real time, being established between R. Kelly's attorney and this homeless dude who was committing atrocious acts of federal intimidation, harassment. Now, while you all may think of it as being a trivial argument, I'm telling you, I have spoken with some of the top legal authorities in this country over the period of 3 or 4 months. I've spoken with several of them, and they said to me, if what you're saying is true, we don't believe it. Even Ms. Walker said, well, you know, Ms. Walker being a legal professional, she says this is crazy. But at the same time, it was assured to me by these top legal professionals, one of them even being more prominent than Jennifer Bonjean herself. The reality is, while you all may find it trivial, while you all may think that Levi is capping or blowing smoke, the reality is that no defendant, be it R. Kelly, you, myself, or anyone else, their attorneys cannot be engaging and forming relationships and associations with individuals who are actually on the outside of the prison or the detention center, committing the exact same legal infractions, crimes, federal crimes that you are being denied bail for, such to the extent that the prosecutors themselves place it in the court documents 3 or 4 times that there are people out here doing these things, doing R. Kelly, Robert Kelly's bidding. And I give me 10 more seconds and I'm done. That, I believe, not only is the strongest argument, I want each and every individual listening to this to understand that me, as Robert's cousin, which I'm going to be dropping a bombshell tomorrow also, not only Miss Bonjean, I'm going to be dropping a bombshell. But if it were not for I myself documenting this stuff, watching it very closely, if y'all remember, I would come off of YouTube sometime for 2 months. All I was doing was sitting, documenting, putting everything in play, everything in order. Now, was I doing this without my cousin Robert's acknowledgement? That's the question. Was he aware of what I was doing? The answer is emphatically yes. Yes, and you'll have proof of that very soon, that he was aware of everything that I was doing. He gave me permission to do whatever it took to bring certain things to light as it relates to his unfair treatment. In addition to that, he himself, I'm not talking about no third party. I'm talking about from Robert Kelly's mouth to his cousin's goddamn ears. I'm not swearing at y'all, I'm swearing at the terrorists. From his mouth to my ears, he assured me, I don't know these people. I don't know the dollar store dude. I don't know the baby killer. I don't know none of these people. But I cannot help that my attorneys are engaging in this kind of shit. Excuse me, I'm so sorry, brother, for swearing. I cannot help that they're engaging in it, and I have no control over these people.
Levi,
yes.
I just want to ask a question because I know you got to get back to your dinner. I have a question. Why is Don Russell out on bail?
Listen, sweetheart, Miss Keep, and I'm with all due respect, I can only speculate, but at this juncture, this is what I'm trying to get y'all to see. At this juncture, it's irrelevant to me. I can care less because that Sixth Amendment right to effective counsel is going to free Robert Kelly. All of the other stuff, which is fine, I respect that. I respect what y'all discussing right now. But I'm telling y'all, you're looking at the golden boy right here, the golden dude, and that's Levi. And I'm not saying that for no kind of praise. I'm telling you, what I was able to come up with is going to be the key that unlocks this man's jail cell. I have reported this to 3 of the attorney grievance boards. And the most important part of this, Atmos, because you are a very intelligent man that I don't want you to lose sight of. And that is the fact that this African-American attorney, according to my documented irrefutable evidence, was sitting back while we were on Grown Man Show, while I was interacting and we having these debates. That African-American attorney, y'all, was sitting back in the wings, waiting until the infiltration and hijacking took place. This is why he was ushered in at the end. He is connected to all of the goddamn terrorists, y'all. So we're going to see how this plays out. I'm going to be quiet and listen. Thank you, Atmos, for allowing me to speak.
I got a quick question. Now, Levi, you know I respect you. I
Yes,
always
sir.
have. And
Yes,
you've
sir.
always been a stout supporter of your cousin, rightfully so. And I've always respected your view and your stance. I have one question for you. One question. And I know you'll answer honestly.
Yes.
Is your cousin on any video depictions or videotapes having sex with underage minors? Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not going to in any way answer your question in a disrespectful way. I'm not going to listen, brother. I'm not going to deflect from listen. I'm not going to deflect. I'm not going to disrespect you or your channel where I would offer an answer that is unsuitable for a man of your stature. What I'm saying to you, brother Atmos, if you were to ask me, Levi, have you ever filmed your cousin in that act? Then I would be able to answer emphatically yes or no, brother. And I'm not giving you a listen. Let me answer the question now. And let me answer the question, please, because you all got to remove your emotions from this. This is America. This is a justice system that is held up to be the best justice system on the planet. The American presumption of innocence can and one's guilt or innocence can only be determined, brothers and sisters, by the system working. Listen to me. If I were told to put my head on a chopping block, and if he was in the tape, then I would lose my head. But if he wasn't, I wouldn't put my head on the chopping block for nobody I know because I wasn't there to see it. But we do know this. In 2008, he was exonerated of those charges. However, my dear brother, to be honest with you, I have said it. I'm the only one who has said it. I have never agreed with Robert's moral lifestyle, brother. But as far as me, that's why we're all here. That's why Miss Bonjean is following this. That's why we've been following this. We have been following this to find out if he was on the tape or tapes with minors beyond a reasonable doubt. If you were not there, my dear brother, if I wasn't there, we can't say that emphatically, bro. Now, are you asking me, has he engaged in those acts with young ladies, which I refer to as teenage adults? I would say yes, he's admitted to that. The 17, 18-year-old discussion that he and Gayle King had on that show. The problem I have with Team Truth, Oko, all of y'all, as a matter of fact, I'm not going to be unfair. I don't have a problem with most of y'all because I asked this question before. And Keep answered it herself. When he was saying, she said that you have sex with Azriel before 18. She said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. The problem I have with the hypocrisy with most people, if we were to poll most Americans, including y'all, if she was 17 or 18, say if she was 18, do you feel that he still should be locked the hell up? And most people, if they were honest, would say yes. A 40-some-year-old man sleeping with an 18-year-old, which I refer to as a child, should be locked up.
Levi,
But
I want to ask you a question, another question. When you said, Bon Jean should talk about ineffective counsel, and what was it ineffective counsel? That's what I'm
ask me that one more time.
In what ways do you believe that she's going to file about the ineffective counsel? What was so ineffective about the counsel he had on board?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Listen to me very closely, Keith. In order to understand this, you have to, we're not talking about just the trial. We're talking about from...
No, that is the trial. That is the trial.
No, ineffective counsel doesn't just cover the trial, sweetheart. It covers the whole process.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Okay, all right, explain.
It covers, it's like a legal assembly line. If your car, when they put your vehicle together on assembly line, if there's a defect on that assembly line, they have to recall the car. They can't say, well, we didn't recall it because at the end of the assembly line is when, at the beginning is where it occurred, the defect. No, it's the whole process. So I don't understand, Miss Keith, what you fail to understand. I'm going to say it. Let me ask you, Miss Keith, a simple question. Did you personally, or do you find it inappropriate for R. Kelly's attorneys to be sitting with convicted felons, conversating with them, forming relationships with them, individuals who were committing federal crimes that you witnessed yourself against those who opposed R. Kelly? Miss Keith, do you find that problematic? And do you find that it should be something that should be considered? Why was R. Kelly's attorneys colluding or connected to these people in any way? Do you, yes or no, Miss Keith? Was it wrong?
No.
It wasn't wrong.
No, because you want to know why? There's people who have gangs and whatnot. Criminal, like when it comes to criminal attorneys, they're conversing with criminals, whether they're former offenders or first-time offenders or just got out of jail. They're always conversating with criminals. No one didn't say that. The only thing they did was conversate with criminals. Because hold on, because if it was a problem with what the attorneys was doing, they would have investigated that. They would have probably investigated that. Probably Angie would tell me more about this if it was the fact that they was benefiting from the crime. But all they was doing was talking to them.
They were doing more than that. They were doing more than that. They were doing more than that. They were meeting with them. Okay. One of them met with them. They met with them, for one. For two, okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask you a question. One of the attorneys told the baby killer, and I have it on tape, you are doing a good job. Keep doing what you're doing. I want you to listen to me. I'm asking you an honest question. When that baby killer went into that Chicago federal courtroom, and Azriel Clary, as he awaited Azriel Clary, had he been walking down a hall and Azriel came out of a bathroom, knowing who he was, because he had been berating and attacking and engaging in, okay, say if, slow down, Keith. Say if the baby killer had grabbed her by her hair when she started screaming, drug her into that bathroom, and broke her neck. Would you had fought it, given partial responsibility to R. Kelly's attorney, who was endorsed? Okay, well, I can't talk to you then, because you're not being honest. You're not being honest. I can't talk to you because you're not being honest.
But you said say if. You said say if.
I said hypothetically if. Right, would you fault the attorney?
In a hypothetical situation, yes, but we can't use hypotheticals when it comes to this post-trial convention.
Everything we're talking about, brother, is hypothetical. What are you talking about? Everything you guys are,
that's what I'm saying. When it have to be actual factual, we can't use hypothetical when it comes to this post conviction motion.
Okay, let me explain this to you. Let me explain it to you. We just talked about predicates, right? Okay, I'm gonna show you how hypotheticals work. You all were discussing predicates.
Right.
We're dealing with a justice system, Mr. Keller, and we're dealing with a prosecutorial federal process that punishes individuals based on their history. Okay, is that true? Yes or no?
The sentencing could be.
Oh, what do you mean could be? It's a point system. Thank you.
The sentencing, yes. The
sentencing. Okay, so answer it emphatically. Okay, yes, it's your point system. No. I'm answering his. Listen, if the system itself confirms through their own prosecutorial efforts that they hold a person responsible, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical. My cousin never tried to flee. He was never found guilty of obstruction. He was never found guilty of intimidation, harassment, bribery. Prior to the trial, he was never found guilty of none of that. But they held him in a prison cell for close to over 2 years based on their hypothesis. Listen, no, slow down, bro. Don't wait. Listen, do not wait till I get you up against the ropes to try to know. Listen, to you. Listen, bro. You're up against the ropes, brother. Okay. Videos when they were denying his bail, there was no 100 goddamn videos, my bro. Listen to me. The storage wasn't even an issue. Listen to me.
I ain't talking about the storage. I said obstruction.
Okay. What was there?
All the ingredients in there.
Tell me about it, please.
Okay. So also, they also said they had proof that he obstructed justice in the 08 trial.
That was that.
Hold on. That was another reason why they was requesting that he didn't get any bail. You conveniently left that part out, though.
No, I did not. I said they accused him. You didn't let me finish, but here's the deal. When you say they had proof that he had obstructed in the Chicago case, no. They had evidence. My bro.
Okay,
thank
evidence.
You. Words are very powerful.
Tomato.
No, it ain't no goddamn tomato. Evidence is not proof, bro. It's called evidentiary facts. Y'all play with words. I don't. Okay. Proof. Evidence. That's right. Proof is once you're convicted. Listen.
Okay. We on the same page.
Thank you. So you talk about hypotheticals. Me coming up with a hypothetical question regarding the baby killer Nazriel, and what I'm saying to you, my dear brother, is that they held that man for 2 goddamn years. In their writings, it said there is a risk that he may do this, that, and the third, even though he had no criminal record of doing that. They were using a hypothetically. They said, hypothetically speaking, if R. Kelly is released, he will intimidate, he will do this. So let's not pretend that everything is emphatic and factual when we're dealing with
this. You didn't say that. I'm just saying you left some pieces out in obstruction of justice.
Okay, brother, I'll be quiet and listen to y'all.
But
so hold on.
Can y'all let Noonie speak? Because I know she be.
Yes, go ahead, Noonie.
Can y'all let Noonie, Miss Noonie speak?
Thank you. Noonie, you want to speak?
No, I'll chime in when I got something.
Miss Angie, go ahead. You jump in. You ain't said nothing.
Okay, yeah, y'all about to run me crazy. Listen, hold on, because we're on 2 different situations, 2 different focal points, right? Of what she's challenging and how effective it's going to be. What Levi is saying, and I think is being missed, maybe it's not being missed. He's saying that, and I'll loop it into the legal part of it. Okay, any defendant is supposed to be guaranteed a fair trial. That is guaranteed by the 6th Amendment. Okay, when your counsel is ineffective and is defective, that means you're not guaranteed a fair trial. So in effect, that can be, if it's proven, regardless if a person is guilty regardless if a person, if the RICO, the predicate act, if the RICO was applicable in the case, and all the other stuff, regardless if that whole entire indictment, which found him guilty, so that would indicate that there was, they found him, he had more guilt beyond, so it was beyond a reasonable doubt. But even if that and all that was true, if his counsel could not guarantee him a fair trial, his appeal or that post-conviction motion could be approved and he could get a new trial. So, and with the things, hold on, go ahead, Robert.
Well, me personally, I believe that he has some ineffective counseling. It's just different reasonings from Levi. I believe that would be his actually best shot of getting a retrial, not free retrial. But I believe it was some ineffective counseling. Like they said, like Greenberg said, with some motions that should have been filed, that they didn't file in time, and they denied it. That's an example. So I believe it was some ineffective counseling going on.
But outside of
that's for a different.
You kind of you're trying to stick to the stuff that happens in the courtroom. But I tried to tell you earlier that also any unethical acts committed by a lawyer, misconduct committed by a lawyer, is also grounds for ineffective assistance of a counsel motion or appeal.
Right.
If they carried out any of those things prior to trial, during the trial, whatever, those issues can be raised in an argument, and it would be a valid point.
Right, but my thing is retrial, not free retrial.
Well, here's the deal, sir.
I keep saying retrial. I keep saying your new trial.
But check this out, and Ms. Walker can attest to this. There is a remote possibility. This does happen when the federal government, when they've invested so many resources and they have convicted an individual, especially a prominent individual. And what I don't want Mr. Keller to lose sight of is that when the onus falls down, who is at fault? Keith said it earlier. Why didn't they investigate these attorneys when they were mentioning it in the court records? I'm gonna tell you why. And what y'all don't know, which Larry knows, okay, certain other individuals know this, that they have no excuse. Play by play 2 years ago, everyone knows that I informed them that the baby killer was in the courtroom intimidating Nasriel. I called the marshals. So to stay focused here, here's the deal. Had they stopped prior to the trial and called these attorneys on their legal inadequacies and said, hold on, I want y'all to think about this very closely and notice something. When they placed it in the court records that Robert Sylvester Kelly has people on the outside doing his bidding in response to his attorney's motion, and as a result of that, he should not be released. Notice something. Think with me, people. His attorneys never went back and responded and challenged that allegation. It was incumbent upon them to say, oh, hell no, hold on. We are now filing a motion compelling the prosecution to prove that these people on social media are connected in any way to Robert Kelly. They did not do that, Mr. Keller, because yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In reference to what you're saying, that's not the only thing that they was looking at. You also see in Pacer the type of letters that those people was writing. The fan letters, it's in the Chicago docket. The type of fan letters and what they've been saying in those letters, that also contribute to the problem. And then after the people, those supporters saw that in the motion, they continued to keep doing stuff. And not only that, they had the video of Doug Anton in the motion. Page 12, that's the infamous page 12. Those are the factors that they are all looking at when they're watching people willing to do his bidding for him.
Yes, ma'am.
And then wait a minute, now you heard me mention Don Russell. Now, how many videos has Don Russell has been on since he been out on bail? They also will look at that. Like you people are interviewing someone with an open federal case where he's accused of trying to bomb the Survivor R. Kelly premiere back in 2018. So
Yes, ma'am.
they're looking at all of that. They're looking
Yes,
at all
ma'am.
of that. They're not just looking at him at Bedbug coming to the court, recording somebody in the courtroom and stuff like that.
No.
They're not just looking at that. They're also looking at the people that's associated with them.
Okay, this is where you're wrong, Miss.
Oh no,
They,
no, that's exactly.
I'm gonna tell you why they. No, let me say this to you, Miss.
Okay.
In that response to the motion, the prosecutors, the federal prosecutors, didn't say he has an associate that allegedly called in a bomb threat. No, they did their due diligence. They did exactly what they were supposed to do if they felt that Don Russell had allegedly committed this crime. They prosecuted him. They indicted him for that. Now, letters are one thing, but what I have a problem with is members of Team Truth, Oko, Brother Atmos, and all of y'all having selective amnesia. It's one thing to write a letter, Miss Keith. It's another thing for the dollar store dude to take a picture of Azriel Clary and cut her head off and put it into the camera and say, "This is what the fuck you deserve." It's different.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, no. I'm telling you, my dear sister, is this. It was those who were not charged. They mentioned it in the motion, but they had all of the intel. I provided them with the intel. They had the names. They had everyone who was doing everything. But what I wanted to say to you guys was that they knew. They said, "Hold on, let's stop everything," and called them attorneys on the carpet and said, "Hold on, have you actually formed relationships with these individuals who are openly attacking, intimidating the Uncle Ben's Rice dude? He actually was involved with the bribery thing. He was actually involved with the bribery, the alleged bribery. So here's the deal: how many attorneys talked to Uncle Ben? I know 3 of them that was sitting talking to Uncle Ben. So what I'm saying to you, Sister Keith, is that we cannot minimize those things that the attorneys did not. One, the attorneys could not compel the prosecutors to present evidence that these people were connected to Robert because they were the conduit. They were the middle piece. When they said people doing his bidding, they were referring to the attorneys. So they chose.
They actually
but they did not. They
willing to do his bidding for him, willing to do stuff for him.
Okay, but that means exactly. But what I'm saying is that they made no secret that they knew that these people somehow were connected to Robert Kelly. But they said his attorneys are working in concert with or connected to, guess what? That's when the Judge Ann Dolly would have pitched a fit. She would have ordered a brand new whole process. Oh, all this is thrown out. I'm telling you, Keith, she would have dismissed the entire case and they would have been reprimanded, probably disbarred.
When did you have this information? Like how soon?
Oh my God, brother! I got the emails and everything. I got the phone conversations. I'll give you an estimated date. It was prior to the baby killer going into the courtroom for sure. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you had that information way before trial, why wait so long to file a? What did you file again?
I filed 3 complaints against 3 attorneys.
Why wait till after the conviction to do that?
Because listen to me, brother. You
had it prior to that.
Did you hear me not, or did you hear me not say that I was a constant federal, not informant, but I was consistent in being a federal reporter. I was reporting this to them.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I thought you just did it, recently.
No, sir. Did you hear me just say I got the emails to prove it? Come on, bro. I said I have been in constant contact with them. I said I informed them of what the baby killer did that when he went up to Javante's job. I was the reporter.
The prosecutors was it okay? So was it to get them prosecuted, or was it to show effective counseling?
No, sir. The ineffective counsel did not come until later, when I said and thought. And there are two individuals who will approve, will attest to this. Yes, sir.
Ineffective counseling.
Yes, sir.
How long did that come when you knew there was some ineffective?
Let me ask you a question. This was going to make you really start thinking. And I know when it comes to Levi, brother, no disrespect, that you are somewhat of a contrarian. Like you don't want to give me credit. No, that's fine. I ain't got no problem with that. You don't want to give me the credit because you'll say, well, I agree with the ineffective counsel, but I don't agree with Levi.
It's just me being real. I mean,
I understand, but what greater, listen to me, my dear brother, what greater merits can one show to have his case overturned due to ineffective counsel other than the very attorney who sat with him, who actually forced his way to become the lead chair? After given 2 weeks to prepare, he becomes the premier attorney in Robert's trial. What more ineffective, brother, can you produce? Listen, bro. Let me ask the question, my brother.
I agree. Okay, go ahead.
What show the people while we're here in this forum? What more of an ineffective argument can you use other than when Levi says he has irrefutable proof to show that this attorney that sat next to Robert Kelly during his trial was placed there by the terrorists and who had an agenda, who he was working with them way back? Now, what more ineffective can you show than that?
We need to establish, is it proof or evidence?
It's evidence. It's evidence as far as the court is concerned. As far as the court is concerned.
Make sure words are important, remember?
Yes, sir. Irrefutable evidence.
Okay. I believe he had ineffective counseling. I'm just saying,
nobody's not explaining how he had ineffective.
It's just not for the reasons that you believe.
I'm saying, can someone
Keep. Keep, would you please go put some water on your face and take a nap and come back? I done sat here for the last hour explaining it in detail. Miss Keith. Miss Keith.
I went over a little bit.
Let me ask this,
real quick. Levi, you're a guest on this channel. You always welcome here. You know that, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Take a little intermission, and they want to dedicate something to you.
Don't you play that damn "Take Me to the King" song? You better not play.
Alexa, play "Take Me to the King."
Oh God, he's dirty.
Take Me to the King by Tamala Mann, featuring Kirk Franklin on Amazon Music.
We're tired.
Take me to
Oh yeah.
Take me to the King.
Yeah.
Alexa, stop. Okay, that was an intermission. Y'all go ahead.
Hey, I'll tell you this, hey, when my cousin get out, I'm taking him not to Burger King, but I'm taking him to McDonald's, my man. You heard me?
Hey,
now
Levi,
go ahead.
Levi.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it ineffective counsel when they introduced the John Doe's to the case later on?
Oh,
no, see, you're looking. Listen, Miss Keith. No, to answer your question, no. I mean, it could be proceedings that I don't know about all, but this is here, Keith. This is the problem I have. Listen, I want y'all to think about this, Mr. Keller. I want y'all to think about all of those who are vehemently opposed. Is that is an echo there? I don't think it's.
If Miss Angie, I think it's coming from your phone.
Okay.
Me?
All of those.
Mm-hmm.
All of those who, the one thing about me and Brother Atmos must say this, that during my conversations with him, Larry, Angela, I've always been one to concede to the stronger point. And Atmos will bear witness to that. I say, okay, you're right about that. I don't argue to argue. But here's the deal, what I want Keith to understand. If Robert was actually found not guilty, exonerated, you can go home. But prior to that, it was proven that 2 years ago, the federal prosecutors were literally forming relationship with members of Team Truth and Occult, sitting on their channels. Atmos says, oh my God, I'm about to be put out my house. And one of the federal prosecutors called Atmos on the phone, on his live, and say, Atmos, what's wrong? This is one of the federal prosecutors prosecuting R. Kelly, who knows that your construct is opposed to R. Kelly. So the federal prosecutors form relationships with individuals on social media who hate R. Kelly. And if that came out later and someone said to Keith or Mr. Keller or any of you, well, that's why he got off, because the federal prosecutors had formed relationships with Angelo, they were acting in an improper manner. If y'all are honest, notice something. From the time the indictments were read, when they came before the public and they said, this is what we're charging Robert Kelly with, the federal prosecutors never sat on television shows with bloggers. They did their damn job, okay? They did not form relationships with anyone. That's factual. Even during the trial, when some of these goddamn terrorists put the microphone and was trying to get them to talking shit, I saw the woman from San Francisco when the federal prosecutors walked out. I have it on tape. She started throwing her hands up, saying, fuck y'all, R. Kelly free, all that ignorant shit to the federal prosecutors. They didn't say a word. They played Step in the Name of Love outside of the goddamn courtroom while the federal prosecutors were trying to walk in and block the goddamn door. The federal prosecutors didn't say nothing. They didn't give no statements. They went in that damn place and they took care of business. So the attorneys and Miss Walker will assure you all of this, should have conducted themselves in the same manner. You talk about the case, you read the thing before the national and international media, and you go and you fight for this man. None of R. Kelly's attorneys should have been sitting on the phone with a homeless man talking about, are you about to be put out? Well, call me if you need anything. Listen, if that were being done by them,
counseling though.
What the hell are you talking about, man? Are you insane?
Said that you about to be put out.
But listen, let me say this, Miss Walker, and I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna say this to you again, Mr. Keller. Listen to me very closely, okay? I want you to think of 3 boxes on a table, okay? The first box, inside of that first box are the prosecutor's statements saying, no, we do not agree that R. Kelly, Robert Sylvester Kelly, should receive bond or bail. Do not let him out, because if he's allowed to be let out, he's going to intimidate. He's going to obstruct. He's going to harass. He's going to attempt to bribe. He's going to coercion. He's going to engage in all of these crimes that could derail our case. That's box number 1. Box number 2, you have individuals like the one you just named, the baby killer in that hotel room, who everyone saw from the time he woke up to the time he went to sleep. He didn't even wash his ass. He didn't even brush his teeth. He got on YouTube. He was assigned. This is what I'm alleging in my complaints. He was given an assignment, and that assignment was Azriel Clary, potential federal witness Azriel Clary, who turned out to be federal witness Azriel Clary, and her family. For 24/7, we got over fucking 400, 500 videos. Okay, so that's box number 2. Box number 3 is his at least one pertaining to him. At least one prominent member of Robert Sylvester Kelly, who is in box number 1, his attorney forming a relationship with the person in box number 2. Now, do you get it?
I hear what you're saying. So are you saying, okay, so are you saying that the attorneys told him to do that?
What I'm saying is, which Ms. Walker can bear witness to, there can be, according to the ethics rules for attorneys, there can be no resemblance, it can't be no even suspicion casted upon attorney when it comes to stuff like that. Is that correct, Ms. Walker?
Right.
But are you saying that he was advised to do that by?
I'm saying, okay.
Lord, y'all running me to
That's why
the
I'm asking
wall.
a very
And I
specific
keep,
question.
yeah, but because the block. It's not whether the attorney asked him to do it or whether it's a volunteer basis or whatever. What Levi is certain is that the attorney is sitting down, conversing with, apparently have some type of relationship with people who are doing these things. It starts with the optics, and then there can be an investigation to see what the actual connection. However,
that's what I'm trying to see,
an attorney should know better. I mean, I'm not bashing no attorney, whatever, but attorney should know better to get involved with people that are doing those things and you still talking to them, knowing that they're still doing those things. You have people that have reported that these people are doing these things, and you still have a relationship of some sort to them. Now, Levi, it's unfair to say just because nobody, y'all believe you on 100, agree with you 100%, 75, 50, whatever, that, nobody's going to agree with nobody 100%. Somebody's going to see the points in what you're saying that's good. Some people are going to disagree in what you're saying, and that don't make them, adversary or anything like that. It's just,
Not at all, Ms. Walker. And you know how I speak. I speak in a very animated way. I would never. I'm not offended. I speak animated.
Is it safe to say that at this point you're looking at not whether he's innocent or guilty? You're looking at ineffective counsel.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Is that safe? Is that what I'm gathering?
Okay, let me ask you. Are you asking me? What you're asking me is a fair question. I believe you're asking me, am I looking for a technicality?
Pretty much.
Okay, yes, sir. I love that, brother. I love that.
Yes.
I didn't want to say that.
Yeah, I understand. I don't get offended, but here's the deal, brother Keller. Here's the deal. Everything that goes on in the judicial process and the processes of convicting or charging American citizens, everything that's placed in an indictment is technical. Listen to me. Everything when it comes to law, when it comes to what's it called, divorce court, everything is technical. When it comes to the medical field, everything a doctor does is technical, because if that doctor is suspected of committing medical malpractice, they go back to the technicalities. Everything for them to charge him with the Mann Act, it was all technical. So when I step up as his cousin and say, look, I have a technicality that I believe is going to knock all three of these cases down. Now I've heard people say, well, he's trying to get him off on a technicality as it pertains to his guilt and innocence. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. As an American citizen, Mr. Keller, you would never want another American citizen to base whether or not they feel you're guilty or innocent, predicating it on how they feel. We have a justice system. We have a measuring stick. You feel me? You can't say in a football game, well, did he make the 10 yards or not? No, we gotta bring out the thing. We're gonna see for sure. So I don't know.
Is that a yes? Is that a yes?
As far as what?
You're not looking at whether at this point, you're not looking at whether he's innocent or guilty. You're looking at technicalities.
That is an absolute yes.
And that's why I asked, I figured that, and here's why I asked that question, because I have a follow-up question. So let's say he have a retrial. Right? A whole new team. Then you have to still get past whether he's innocent or guilty.
Yeah, no, I don't. I never have. Listen, and Atmos knows this because he's followed me on these. And you have, Mr. Keller.
But you missing what I'm saying. Let's say what you're saying is absolutely right, and everything go, everything he get off. But then we got this new trial coming. he's going to get retried a new trial, then we still got to address
whether or not he can't. No. Let's be words matter. After, first of all, the retrial, I've always said I'm hoping and praying to the Most High that once all this comes out and when the court,
so you don't want to go to trial at all.
No, I'm going to say it like this. I meant to say it earlier, but I cut myself off. Whether or not, and I'm gonna be quiet and listen to y'all. Whether or not he is, once he's let out, I'm hoping that because of the court's acknowledgement, the prosecutor's acknowledgement of their failure, of their own culpability in this, they bear culpability in this, that they don't retry him. They give him time served, put him on probation perhaps, and let that be that. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think that they will use the resources, time, and energy to have a do-over, for one. For two, the proper wording, what you're saying is that once, God willing, I'm going to be positive, once he's released, then we have to worry about then we have to address whether or not he's innocent or guilty. No. After that's done, no, sir. No, sir. If they retry him, it is not a question of we as American citizens having to ask ourselves whether or not he's innocent or guilty. No, the proper wording is that then if they choose to retry him, we have to ask ourselves, can he be proven innocent or guilty? And according to that trial we just saw in New York, Brother Atmos all of y'all know, they didn't have much enough. Guilty. Hell no. That was a farce. That was a joke. That was hey, I hope they put, if they let him, God willing, they let him out and they retry him, I hope they put on that same case. Oh, you about to put Alexis on me now.
Alexa, take me to the king on this joke.
So that's all. I talked so long. I didn't have
Stop. Featuring Kirk Franklin on Amazon.
Stop.
I've hijacked Atmos, so let me be quiet and listen to y'all because I was enjoying your exchange. Let me be quiet. Y'all go ahead.
I have something to say about, whatever he said or whatnot. The thing is, the supporters put themselves out there, and of course they connected to it, and then they connected to his case. And again, it just goes along with the letters, the attorneys going on these YouTube interviews. The attorneys what was harmed in that? Because attorneys talk to criminals every day.
It had to be a connection. That's why he said he got evidence to show a connection.
No, you asked the question, Keith. Let me answer a question.
No, I didn't ask a question. Excuse me, I didn't finish. Reclaiming my time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you care to share some of this evidence today?
What? Oh, I'm from Detroit, nigga. I'm from Detroit, nigga. We don't play that. You'll have it all. You'll have it all in just a few. Very soon.
My nerve going
I knew the answer to that. That was a rhetorical question.
Okay, Angie explained it enough about this ineffective counsel. I don't know. Levi really didn't straight answer the question. But my thing is, I don't see no ineffective counsel. But if that's what they try to set up for, they have failed. Because Judge Ann Donnelly often had to call out on the defense technicalities of what they was doing. The stuff that they were doing was not making any sense. But also, as everybody.
But Keith, you just described ineffective, and that's another thing. If the judge had to admonish the defense, and especially when it was simple stuff, silly stuff, that's a whole nother claim that. Separate from Levi's core issue. Levi, I think, if I'm not mistaken,
I agree.
I agree. Right. Terrible. Levi's core issue, I believe.
What Levi's saying. I agree. A whole different claim.
Yeah, if you stop cutting me off, I'm getting there.
I can't even get a straight answer.
No, not you, Keith. I'm talking about Robert. This is just a goddamn thing with his. I don't know why he do that. So, what I think Levi's core issue is the relationships or what have you, the situationships with these, extra people, those people, right? Then that's one level of ineffective. That's unethical. That's misconduct. That's that. Okay. Then you have where the counsel is just not suitable to be on a case or what have you, right? That's what you just you just described, Keith. You know, you saying that the judge had to step in, do this, that, and the third, whatever. That's not what she's supposed to do. You know, and often they do that just to try to shore up that they don't have anything coming back on appeals and things of that nature when that official record gets sent up with an appeal, right? So that's the second part. So here's the thing, right? Just how all through the indictment you saw the word inextricably intertwined, meaning evidence to support evidence, and to me, this is how I explain in class, and evidence that cross sectors other evidence to support an argument. You have somebody now. You not only have one argument with the defense team being ineffective. Now you have a second one. If you just said what the judge said in court, that's two. Do we have a third one? And then and every time you have an argument, it starts filling out a picture. It goes from building, now it's filling it out. Now you got a complete picture that this whole team is ineffective. So don't think that that's a long shot. I keep trying, I like to prepare either side for whatever. Don't think that's a long shot.
I think that's the best stance they have, to be honest with you.
Which is what, Robert Kelly?
Ineffective counseling.
Ineffective counseling.
I'll say this. Based on, go ahead, Mr. Atmos. Go ahead, sir.
I'll say this from day one, and as everyone knows, you know, I'm probably one of the people that you will say, okay, I do listen to both sides, and I don't really, you know, I let R. Kelly supporters come on here and speak their mind, and you know, I don't judge nobody. You feel the way you do, but from day one, I said that this dude got some of the craziest lawyers, and this could be an issue. And it started from day one. And so I always said he had ineffective counsel. Always. We just sat here and laughed at we would read the transcripts waiting for the next gaffe, waiting for the next twerking contest that Canada was trying to have with ass. Well, we was looking forward to that kind of stuff. So but needless to say, I listen, I don't think it's gonna, I don't think Jennifer Bonjean, especially after hearing her tonight, I think she cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs personally. But the ineffective counsel is definitely a legitimate argument when it comes to Kanek and Becker and them.
I think come to everybody.
Hold on, wait a minute. Now, why you think she cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs?
The way the lady was, oh my gosh. Did you see that interview that we saw?
I heard it. What was she saying that would make you think that she would be off base a little bit, off base on?
Everything.
Okay.
I think she's better than everybody.
Okay, so let me say
I
this.
would say
when she talked about, okay, I'll Miss Angie, you know, I'm just teasing. When it comes to her talking about the what she say about the woman, and women can do this too, and women can do that. I mean, I didn't see why she brought the woman empowerment into this whole thing. I don't see where she was trying to go with that.
Women can lie.
I thought the interviewer asked her a question that prompted that. What didn't the interviewer ask her?
Okay, and then she talked about how she's trying to. I mean, she really made it seem as though that she was the reason why Bill Cosby got free.
Yeah, we could have got him out, Angie.
Anybody could have got him out.
We could have got his ass out. I mean, you could have got him out.
Well, it was the technicality was set up for her.
That was already there.
Well, yes, every attorney, when any attorney is victorious in court and the technicalities are there, anyone could argue, well, the technicality, it was there, so anyone could have done it. But it is not what makes one attorney more, I would say, more notable. Go ahead, brother.
Nothing to scour, like it wasn't nothing to really be creative about.
And it was nothing. It's nothing to be creative as it pertains to Robert's case.
I got to be extremely creative. Get him out.
But here's the thing, right? If that part, what it was, what he said, Bill Cosby shouldn't have been tried because of that. Whatever he did, he said he agreed to whatever that paper. And what was the other reason he got out?
Immunity. He's supposed to have immunity with a civil case, and they use that position against him in the criminal case.
Okay, so here's the thing. All of that could have been, and I guess I'm hoping it was, all of that could have been raised during the course. If his attorney, I'm pretty sure his attorney did, because the best way to beat a charge out was to what? Get rid of it, right? So all of that could have been raised, or should have been raised during the course of time they got that paperwork till, up until the verdict, and then they probably entered in a matter of law or something like that, or something.
The judge allowed it. The judge allowed it.
Right. So if the judge allowed it, the judge allowed it, then it was based on her that, argued it successfully in, Court of Appeals, whatever, and got it, overturned. So she does get the credit for that, because it should have. I'm pretty sure they said the judge allowed it, so that must mean they brought it up. They brought it up. They denied it. She gets the credit for that. There's no way around that, because she argued it again. And I told you,
I ain't saying she don't get the credit for it. I'm just saying that.
No, but if that solely relied on her, that was 100%
I'm not saying she don't get
her.
the credit for it. I'm just saying you could have done that and got the credit for it as well.
No, because if they denied it what I'm saying is a lawyer, another lawyer already argued it, and it was turned down.
Because
she came and did a fresh argument. She did,
but not with the same judge. Not the same judge. So it was the same thing with the post conviction. They lost the post conviction, won an appeal.
Right, because it's in a higher court.
Completely different set of judges. So if it was the
right,
same,
because it's in a higher court.
Right.
Either way, what I'm saying is this: it doesn't matter whether it's in front of the judge, this, that, and the third, whatever. It matters what the lawyer's argument was. What was in that lawyer's brief, written argument? What was his oral? When she gets it, when they do the appeal, it goes a written brief. Then if they have to come in, she does an oral. That was 100% her. And I'm speaking absolute. That was 100% all her. If they done already turned it down in the trial court, the lower court, that's 100% her.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. How's not? She had to do a complete.
She did it. It's her.
Separate.
She did it.
Argument.
I'm not saying it's not her.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
So it's not.
You. I'm not
it's
saying
like,
it ain't her. I'm just saying it could have been you. Could have been Levi. Levi could have did it too.
No. Everything where it looks like it should be okay. We got 10 pieces of evidence, right? 10 pieces of evidence. They all look like it's guilty. Whatever. Got to be guilty. Can't be no other way but guilty. This, that, and the third. Yeah, that's would be ideal, would be reasonable, and you would think that, but you can't break the law just to enforce the law. We have, even though those laws are there, whatever, it is governed by a higher power. It's governed by amendments and all the people in the Supreme Court and all of that, right? So when you break the law, when the law is not carried out as specified under the Sixth Amendment, under all that foolishness that they, transcribe and prescribe to us when it comes to the governance of this land, it has to first fall there. That person has to be tried without any type of violations to those governing laws, right? So when you speak of ineffective, this does not start when the trial starts, whatever. It can start.
Can we define this ineffective?
In the beginning,
so can we kind of get a definition of ineffective counsel, so we can kind of, get a better perspective of how it would be.
I did that on a live. Lord, hold on. Okay, because I listed them all down. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'll make it plain for Robert. You ever had a woman cheat on you? Yeah. Well, she was ineffective in a goddamn relationship. Now you got the picture. Now you got the damn picture. She cheated on you.
So
she wasn't there.
Here's what I believe ineffective counsel is based on my research.
Here's what you believe.
Based on my research. Let me know if I'm wrong.
You
or we
believe it.
disagree.
Go ahead.
Counsel's actions or inactions, if it wasn't but for their actions or inactions, has changed the results of the conviction.
Not change, but influence it in a
The adverse
negative
way
way.
towards their client.
That's right. That's
Well,
it.
it could
Influence
Goes
have.
it.
Not
against their own
changed, but
client.
if let me say this, maybe I'm saying it wrong. If they did this, they wouldn't have got this conviction, or if they didn't do this, they wouldn't have got that conviction.
No, it doesn't. I know what you're leading because you said this before. No, the bar doesn't address whether there was a likelihood of the client being convicted or not. That's irrelevant.
No, their actions or inactions. Not the
There you go.
likelihood.
That it becomes irrelevant as far as would he have been convicted or not. It's simple. The bottom line is that if there were any inadequacies along the way, ineffective means that they did not serve the
Yeah,
client.
Alfredo, huh?
Yeah, I'm eating the ride, man. It's so interesting. But I'm sorry, I don't like chewing on air. But listen, bro, I'm gonna ask Keith a question while Angie looks this up.
Oh, I got it. I just wanted to
What-
trying to find what I trying to make sure I cover it all. But I can give you some ideas. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Were death threats issued by some of these people to Azriel and her family? Did it rise to the point where that Azriel was talking? They were talking. Certain individuals talking about sodomizing Azriel, Keith, and literally harming her and her family. Yes or no, Keith?
Say that again.
Did you witness any of these individuals who I refer to as terrorists on their stations not only harass, but to the point where they were calling for Azriel's death and calling for the death, not all, some calling.
I did. Yeah, I did.
Now, we witnessed that. So just imagine R. Kelly's attorneys having anything to do with some individuals like that. That should answer your question right there.
But how are they? How do they have a relationship with those people? What proof do you have? This is something you got to present.
Okay, I gave it to him.
Saying, how are you? He said, they said, are you okay? And all that. That's what you referring to?
No,
That
sir.
alone? Just that alone?
No, this is what I have, okay?
Levi, what do you have? Listen.
I'm telling you what I got.
Levi, okay, Levi. What do you see? Give one, like, how do these attorneys have a relationship with those people you call terrorists?
Here's a relationship. We have the woman in San Francisco showing the text message from the baby killer saying, I just talked to I ain't gonna say the name, one of the attorneys.
Okay.
Call me right now. He said we got work to do. That's one.
Okay.
Two, and this is just, I'm only giving you less than 1% of what I have and what they have. And that is this. We have R. Kelly's attorney saying to the baby killer on several occasions. First, when he called the hotel, when he called the baby killer, he said, the baby killer said to R. Kelly's attorney, I'm on
Can you
live.
stop saying that?
Stop saying what? He killed the baby.
Yeah, but
okay.
Did he hold on. Did he kill a baby?
Oh, geez, sorry, y'all.
Did he kill a baby? Yes or no?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Hold on.
She got
Oh, mute me Atmos real quick. Yeah, mute me real quick. I'm sorry.
All right.
Levi, listen to me. With the listeners, I'm reading the chat. Everybody, people are being lost by what you said. The question that I'm just asking is, what is the relationship he has with those people, what the attorneys have with those people? What was the relationship? Please stop saying the baby killer, he killed the baby. Well, no, okay, that's fine. Everybody knows about the whole baby killer story, okay? Just tell, how does the attorneys have a relationship with those people who you say are terrorists? That's the question.
Do you know the definition of a relationship? Do you know the definition?
Okay.
No. Do you know the definition of relationship? if someone were to ask me, Levi, what is your relationship with Angelo Clary? I would say, well, his daughter was an alleged victim with my cousin. We met. No, come on, keep listen. No. Let me tell you what y'all do. No, what y'all do is you try to ask a question to validate BS. You know what relationships mean. Listen, I just described the relationship. He said to the man at the hotel room, "You're going to call me tomorrow. We're going to talk off camera, right?" He said to the man on several occasions, "Do not speak right now because I'm on live. Don't say too much." Okay. It was a secret. It was a secret. Listen, Keith. It was a secret relationship held back from the courts. I can show you listen, you ask a question, let me answer it. I can show you a court TV interview with two of those attorneys. When they were asked, they said, why did they shut the MCC down? Well, the protesters were out there. These are good people. These are people. The host from Court TV said, are these people out there protesting pro R. Kelly or anti R. Kelly? One of the attorneys on Court TV, I have it, the FBI has it. Listen, no, let me answer the question because you asked me a question. He said they are pro R. Kelly. These are peaceful protesters. Even though he saw them taking pictures of Azriel's head, cutting it off, calling her every dog head bitch and hoe in the world. He saw their violence in the goddamn streets. So when you ask me what relationship, I'm telling you it was a secret relationship because had the courts been informed.
Of the secret relationship?
What did I just say? Did you listen? Keep. Okay, your boyfriend is walking in the room and you are on the phone. Your boyfriend's on the phone when you walk in the room and he says to a young lady, I can't talk right now, hang the phone up. Would you say, I need proof you're having a relationship? He just told her, I can't talk right now. The baby killer and several others told him, two of the attorneys, I'm on live, don't say too much. Okay? That's a secret fucking relationship. The one in Chicago, that attorney met with several of them in his office. It was a constant communication with these people.
But see, you're not really answering the question. You're still going all over the place. You're saying secret relationship. You don't know what the details or the dynamics of the relationship. You cannot. The stuff you're saying has no merit. I'm sorry, because I keep asking you what relationship the attorneys was having with those people who you consider terrorists. Oh, he said on his live,
he just explained it over and over and over again. The relationship is certain no attorneys be talking to these damn bloggers at all. Like, not like the way he said earlier, he tried to explain it. If the prosecutor would have called, if I would have said I'm getting kicked out, and the prosecutors called me like, hey, you okay? We heard about it, everything. I just wanted to call and check on my boy. You know, one of the other bloggers said that you were getting kicked out, so I wanted to call and check up on you. You know, we'll talk later. The other side gonna go the hell off. What the hell are prosecutors doing talking to Atmos? Okay. So that's what he's saying. I shouldn't have a relationship. First of all, the lawyer shouldn't have my phone number to call me personally to ask about my personal life. If I'm just a blogger.
Thank you.
That's what he's trying to say. That's the relationship.
Well, you got to be more than just a blogger. He's saying that he's more than just a blogger. He, terrorist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's also so it's not just.
They're a terrorist organization. I agree with that.
Thank you, Atmos, because listen, listen, Keith, listen to me, sweetheart. Listen. A regular organization protests. They promote their agenda by standing outside of facilities. They'll say, free this person, or they'll say abortion is wrong, and they march and they protest within the construct and confines of the First Amendment. Listen, a regular organization and its leaders use civil methods to achieve their objective. When you look at the word terrorism, a terrorist organization uses methods that are designed to intimidate and stoke and strike fear in their opposition.
Okay.
When
So let's take Greenbrook out
Hey,
there.
hold on, real quick. Hey, y'all. So here's the thing: if anyone is triggered by hearing "baby killer," you might want to, log off because he's allowed to express. He do kill the baby? Like we all know that. So
he killed the baby.
If he expresses himself as baby killer, he's a freaking baby killer. If you're triggered by it, then you might want to log off or not listen or mute.
Oh, God.
That's factual. He killed the baby.
I did not.
Or that.
Not.
It's just everybody. Okay.
And what's so sad? Listen, Keith. Listen. For anybody to be offended at me. Excuse me, Keith. Let me say. Give me so sweetheart. I'll be quiet. Let me say this. For anyone to become offended at me referring to that man as a baby killer, as he has sat there for 2 years plus, telling Azriel Clary, "Get that ass back, get those boobs back," calling her every bitch in the book, every hoe, using the most vile language. But I call him a baby killer is a problem. But this man then called everybody everything. He killed a baby.
If we call R. Kelly a pedophile,
They did, but I didn't get upset at that.
My point exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I never got him. Angelo and they called him gay and everything. I laughed at it. I'm like, bro, come on.
Right, my point exactly. Same thing.
Thank you.
Tears is here. Let Tears speak. Hey, Tears.
Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. Okay, so I just want to say this. Doug Anton, the lawyer that you're speaking of that had a relationship with the blogger, he was not on the NY case, the New York case. So what does that have to do with anything?
Excellent point. But the here's your point. Listen to me. The other attorney was. Matter of fact, I'll get deeper than that, Miss.
Which one? What attorney? Are you talking about Nicole?
Two of them that were on a New York case had extensive relationships with blog, and I can send Atmos the film right now of Nicole Becker. According to the doctor,
she had a relationship with Sharon Wimbush.
Sweetheart, I'm telling you. You asked me a question. I'm giving you factual. I can produce the evidence. According to,
I'm just saying that
yes,
I know
ma'am.
she had a relationship with Sharon.
Okay, I'm telling you.
Calm down.
Levi, can I ask you a favor?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know you're respectful, and I respect your channel. Can we possibly just take the baby killer word? People lost their kids from something like that. So I don't want to trigger nobody. I now understand why they're saying they triggered.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. And I won't refer. I will never do it again on your channel, and I apologize for that because I'm sensitive. But when I'm speaking with Tears.
Tears, yeah.
Okay, Tears. It is a fact that the guy who was named in an indictment for bribery, that individual who I refer to as Uncle Ben, I don't want to say his name, that individual was in close contact with several of R. Kelly's attorneys. However, I have provided the government and these disciplinary boards with absolute irrefutable video footage that you cannot refute of him talking about how he was acting as an advisor to Nicole Blank Becker. He said, this is what I allege, this is what he said. I don't know it to be, this is what he said, that Nicole Becker said to this ex-convict, I don't know what we're going to do about the Azriel Aaliyah issue when trial starts. She's talking to an ex-convict. Now listen, once they get him, Miss Becker, in that room and say, is this true? Keep in mind, her law license is on the line. Keep in mind, his freedom is on the line. He said it. Now, also keep in mind that every form of correspondence, Miss Tears, that was sent between these attorneys and these terrorists, every text message, every phone call, they can throw their phones and laptops and PCs away. The government, you know this, through Google, have it all. They have it all. And the fact that they would throw devices away or try to clean devices is an admission of guilt. So when I say to you that two of the attorneys in the New York cases were closely connected with these people. It's Ms. Walker would bear witness to the tweets between Greenberg and
Well, yeah,
Dr.
we
Ben.
seen those tweets, but Nicole was also restricted from speaking to Asriel because the judge did know about her involvement. Obviously, right? Wasn't Nicole restricted from speaking to As?
She couldn't do any cross-examination.
Right.
But it did not rise to the occasion to the point where they had to dismiss Nicole from the whole trial. In other
They
words,
should have.
well, you can't say that necessarily, Miss, because
she would
She was compromised. She was sleeping with R. Kelly.
See, we can't say
Allegedly.
There you go. When I speak, I have the fact. I have what I view as the facts. I have the documented evidence of that.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, I have. Yeah, I tried to, and I'll put it to you that way, ma'am.
Okay.
But yes, ma'am. That's all I'm saying. Is that they were well connected with the people in the New York case. And I'll say this also. If Mr. Keller brought this out, and Miss Angie Walker brought out something that was very important in this dynamic, and that is this. Mr. Keller brought it out during my live. He said that Judge Ann Donnelly reprimanded Tom Farinella for a tweet. Okay, that's for one. For two, the Miss Donnelly nor the prosecutors, if Miss Bonjean chooses to raise this issue as a point for dismissal based on the Sixth Amendment, they can never deny that it didn't happen as it pertains to these people on the outside committing or engaging in these nefarious acts, because they mentioned it to the judge in their complaints. However, they did not push the envelope. They did not push the envelope and say, okay, how are they connected to them? They failed to do that, but they were very connected to them.
We have people like Sharon Wimbush who is communicating with Bonjean. Isn't she communicating with her? And don't she harass the victims on her channel?
Let me say this to you, dear sister, and I'm an honest and fair person. Here's the deal. I have not seen Jennifer Bonjean on Sharon Wimbush's channel, so that means I have no irrefutable evidence to offer on that. But let me say this, as God is my witness.
Well, she says she's in contact with her, though.
Well, she says this, and that's fine. But here's the deal, and I'm not condoning. I've said it from day one, and Atmos will bear witness to this. I said that his attorney shouldn't be talking to no bloggers, including myself, and I'm not a blogger. I don't consider myself to be.
Exactly.
Okay.
They need to be more professional.
That's right.
It was crazy.
Yes, ma'am. But I'm going to say this also. The legal missiles that I sent out, this is what you have to understand, were sent out based on legal principle. Whoever they hit, they hit. Who's ever culpable is culpable. I mean that, brother. If it hits me. Listen, Brother Keller. A man that I love has been sitting in a jail cell for over 2 years due, from my vantage point, to what they were doing. Okay, I feel had he been allowed to get out on bail, he would have had a hell of a chance in fighting these cases. So when I say,
let me call some Texas, man. What you just said.
Well, I'm just saying, no, I don't care. I came on Brother Larry's show and talked to Angelo when it was unpopular. I don't care about what these people think about me. I'm a leader. I'm not a follower. You understand? And the Bible says when the blind leads the blind, all of them gonna fall in the ditch. And this is why all those so-called followers of R. Kelly, not the sincere ones, they have fallen in a goddamn ditch because they allowed the blind, illiterate, degenerate derelicts to lead them, leading them to the point where the federal authorities, Miss Tears, they have the video footage where several of them are going to be indicted when they went past the barricades at the MCC and caused that MCC to be shut down. I have provided them with irrefutable documented evidence showing that the objective was to create a prison riot. This is my vantage point. In order to get media attention, they went past the barricade. So a lot of them damn subscribers and them followers that allowed the blind to lead them into that, they're going to get a knock on their door. Trust me, because I'm going to see to it. They're going to have to pay for that. You don't protest to the point where you go past the barricades and say, bring him down now. Bring him down. God damn. He's not at home. He's in a prison.
If you had it your way, right? And you said you've been on top of this for a while. And said you was able to get, before the trial, get his complete everybody that was foul and ineffective and dealing with the terrorists, let's say you were able to get them completely removed. It's just a hypothetical, off the case, and he got a new legal team, and the verdict came back to what it is now. Would you be satisfied with that verdict?
Yes, sir. Because listen, I believe in the American system of jurisprudence. Listen to me very closely. I believe in the process. I really do. And if he were retried with a proper process ensuing, and he would, God forbid, if he were in fact found guilty, I would have to say, okay, guess what? I could sleep at night. I would be able to say, okay, I accept the verdict. Okay. Even though, because it's a fair process, my brother. I'm a fair man. I try to be fair.
So let's go with an unfair process, right? Let's say it's an unfair process, and you knew for a fact that your cousin was guilty, but it was an unfair process, and he got off. Would you be fine with that?
I will be fine with listen, let me ask you a question. I will be fine with a man walking out of a bank, robbing it, running home, which was a Supreme Court issue, throwing the gun and the money in his garbage, and the police saw him do it, grabbed his garbage, found the gun, found the money, but that person was able to claim protection under the United States Constitution because it was determined that individual's garbage was a part of his personal property, and they did not seize that garbage without.
Yes.
So yes, listen, yes. I believe whenever they're like Miss Bonjean said, you can't cheat to win.
Okay.
Levi, quick question.
Yes, sir.
It's my personal belief, just after reading the motions and the paperwork, that his best attorney that he had was Greenberg. Do you agree or disagree?
I would disagree, and if I could qualify it, I'll say this. Well, okay, let me back up. Hold on, let me back the hell up.
He's the best out of the worst.
The best out of the worst.
Yes, sir. I had to back up on that. Yes, I mean, for instance, Atmos, there are men right now or women who have settled with guys and say the nigga ain't no good, but he's the best out of all the ones I ever had. He's the best. He does work and bring his money. He ain't shit, but he bring his money home now. So he's the best out of the ones I've dealt with in the past who was beating me and taking my food stamps and shit. You feel me? I had to throw a little humor in there, but I think that he. Yes. To answer that question, as it pertains to his legal prowess or legal expertise, yes. But guess what? He was blinded by the cameras. The attention he was getting on social media, tweeting. You trying to be you tweeting and trying to be seen. That's the problem.
He said that the media didn't ask for the other attorneys. Like he said, interview this person too. He said they was asking for him instead of the other attorneys.
Yes, and I also think you're right, and I want to also offer y'all this. He saw the infiltration and the hijacking. Do not be surprised tomorrow if Jennifer Bonjean walks in with a sworn affidavit from that attorney or another attorney bearing witness to the hijacking and infiltration of Robert's cases. So don't be surprised. That's all I'm saying.
Don't be surprised if it's sealed tomorrow.
Yeah, brother, that's an excellent point. I agree, because there's some deep stuff going down. Anytime you saw those attorneys resign like that back to back, it tells you some deep stuff. But I tell you this, there will be an investigation of the extent of their involvement with these terrorists.
I believe that. Now, another thing I do want to ask you, Levi, when will your cousin walk out of those gates?
That's so funny when people let me I know, and let me tell you what a lot of people missed. And I'm not trying to cover up for myself. This is what I was saying. What I was saying is that I knew by Valentine's Day that he would have the money to purchase the house. Now, as far as signing the papers and the closing and all that could be 4, 5, 6 months from now. But I knew with what I had, what I was I should have clarified it. But what I was saying basically was, I'm trying to tell you what it is now. I'm telling you, bro, I know my penman.
I got a screenshot. You said, mark my words.
Yeah.
First you said holidays. First you said
He should have
holidays.
clarified it.
Yeah, I should have. And I was overzealous. I was so geeked up because I believe that I have found the smoking gun in this. So I was so geeked up.
Let's say you fucked up. Let's say you
I fucked up. Okay, I fucked up.
Be real with you,
Hey, Robert Keller, words matter. You're right. I fucked up.
Man, well, I
So,
tell you what. Go ahead.
Can I correct something real quick? So Tears, you was asking, you're saying like you were saying that Greenberg wasn't on there before the start of the trial with the ineffective assistance of counsel. It could be like
I'm talking
Doug,
about Anton
not Greenberg, Doug. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Doug Anton. It is from almost at the start of it, so he can be incorporated in one of those things. So it's not just during the trial; it can be incorporated in there. And in order to try to test to see if because I can go down because I gave on my live one time like a list of a whole bunch of things that can be considered ineffective. So unethical, not objecting when you should, not filing motions on time, running to time.
Candace objected like crazy.
But isn't ineffective counseling a post-conviction litigation?
It's both. It could be during. If it's during, see, Rob, I don't know where you bigger. We don't went over this.
I didn't know it was during. I thought it only could be post.
No. If it's during, what will happen is the judge will ask the defendant, if the judge finds that it was ineffective, they will appoint an attorney until the defendant secure his own attorney or what have you. So it can be during. I mean, it could be before. It could be before the trial. It could be during. It could be after, and you can catch it up on appeals. So it's every step of the way. It's not just a particular segment. And like I said, I know I gave a whole bunch of not on this live, but I just gave several here, but can be ineffective when it. I tried to make it geared to this particular case. But the best way to kind of to look at it is that everything normally when they begin to rule things out in court, whatever, it's a test, right? And with ineffective, they want to see if the decision would have been fair, would have followed the due process, right? Would have followed that. They also want to see if the counsel acted reasonably. Was it that the counsel acted, handle the case, as a counsel should, meaning did he do the motions? Did he object when he should have, what have you? And then, was it fair? Was it the errors made a big enough result, that it convicted the client? That's those are the things. That's kind of like a test that they use to see if the ineffective assistant counsel complaint is that would that is that ground being there.
I just still feel like it wouldn't change the outcome of the verdict. Period. He's guilty.
But if but hold on, but if those attorneys weren't in, if just put it like this, if Jennifer Bonjean, if she deployed this strategy, right? She says that a lot of this stuff, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but I'm gonna say it. If a lot of these, if all this stuff happened, a lot of stuff happened prior to trial even starting, right? If she can make an argument saying that, well, these these lawyers shouldn't have been on the case in the first place. Well, if the lawyers shouldn't have been on the case in the first place, that could have really affected the outcome of the case. I'm not talking about whether he's innocent or guilty. You got to take that out of it when you're talking about ineffective assistance. You got to take that out. I mean, especially when you're talking about because they're talking about could it affect, I mean, whether he's innocent or guilty, or the evidence, what the evidence shows, you got to take that out. I'm saying to a certain degree. I'll put it like that, to a certain degree. When you're talking about stuff that he happened prior to the trial, if they were never there, how do you know that the judgment, the thing would have been different? And then they'll start looking at, and then especially you got that going, then you're talking about if they didn't object to stuff, if they didn't admit stuff that they could have, all that type of stuff, would the overall picture at that point, could it affect it? Could it affect the outcome?
There you go. I'm listening, ma'am.
Yeah, there's something. That's something that you got to seriously look at. If you got to, now,
I'm just talking about the whole facts of the case of him having sex with minors, taking them across state, taking them across state lines. He's guilty of all of that.
Allegedly.
I see what you're saying.
No, it's not allegedly.
No,
you gotta
because
look
he
at
is guilty of that.
Listen.
Oh wait, though. So I see what you're saying. But
allegedly.
They have the plane tickets. They have everything.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
It's
ma'am.
not
But
an allegedly. He was convicted.
I have
on
a quick question I want to ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the truth is still in here. What I have a problem with is the government saying that it took them 30 years. And the truth, and I listened to her when she talks, and she said this alleged behavior has been going on for 30 years. Why now? Why not 20 years? Why not 10 years?
Because he was still doing it. He was still doing it up until now.
Hold on.
They tried to know
Let
too.
me finish. I can't go along with this thing like it took 30 years. And allegedly, the whole city of Chicago was supposed to allegedly know what was going on.
Miss April.
Why now?
Miss April, when that security guard and that teacher went on Surviving R. Kelly, they admitted that they knew he was doing this for years. They admitted that. They revealed that. That came from their mouths.
What was he doing?
He had the police on his side. You called the police on him. You heard the
feds could have came in
story
before then. And then another question I have to ask is, okay, we know the government followed the money. So therefore, they tied a lot of people's hands. You took money. Now you got to testify. I don't think these people are doing this willingly. You took money for years. We got you. Now you got to come testify.
Well, that is how it is. I mean, if he wasn't doing the crime, then they wouldn't have to come and testify.
Exactly. This is all on him.
But
can I real quick? Can I close out what I was saying about the what we were talking about the ineffective, so I can just be quiet. What I'm trying to say is this part. He could be totally guilty, right? But you can't break the law to enforce the law. And if it's a violation under the Sixth Amendment, then it doesn't matter if he's guilty or not. They're gonna have to catch that on the second trial.
If there is a second trial. And I also want to say this to Keith and to Sister Tears.
If there is a second trial,
yes. I want to say this. The sister that just spoke, when she said, why take so long? I want to bring this into the scope. Listen, anyone who was around when that alleged sex tape dropped with Robert, if you lived in the hood, everybody and their mama was saying that he paid the parents off, that he interfered, he obstructed. That everybody was, including Jim Duragas. He did a whole article, a book. That's all he talked about. He said that the parents were in France, and he breaks down allegedly how Robert had obstructed justice in the 2008 case. That was 2008. The question that she asked is so valid, and that is this. Normally, when it comes to witness intimidation, tampering with the jury, or obstructing a case, state or federal, the Fed stepped in and they investigated. So why didn't they come back a year after 2008 when he was exonerated? 2 years, 3 years, and say, hold on, we believe that you obstructed. But what you will find is the Me Too movement, and what you will find is that drama piece from Lifetime, that basically had influenced public opinion to the extent that there was a rush to judgment by the federal authorities and the state authorities that they felt they had to do something because of the advent of this new social media age. Is a social media age.
No, because Rashana Lanford and her parents said that he paid them. That's why. That's why he's being charged.
But they lied in the first case. So now that the
so they came back and told the truth because they got all them paper trails.
They know that. But Miss April, they said that on the grand jury.
No. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to make a statement. Like the government followed the money. Once the money was there, they had no other choice. They didn't do this willingly, is all I'm saying. And that's all. Yeah.
Yes, Miss April, and what you're saying has merit, and that is this. If Robert says one thing and then says something later, they're going to hold Robert to that. But all of his accusers, those who say one thing, oh, no, he didn't do that. He didn't know. That's not true. He's a good guy. When they come back and say, yes, he did, now we want to give that credibility. You have to be fair across the board.
Well, they explained why they lied before, because he paid them. He kept them away.
It's obstruction of justice. So I mean,
they obstructed too. Then, so that you agree?
No, he obstructed. See, that's the thing about it. Y'all don't hold R. Kelly accountable for nothing. You always say, "Well, they did it too."
I'm not holding Rob accountable for anything. What I'm saying is, this same evidence was there years ago. They knew the government knew he paid, allegedly, he paid them people, 6 months after the trial?
They needed somebody to come forward. They needed somebody to tell the truth, and that's what happened.
Okay, now, Miss Tears, I know a guy. Listen, Miss Tears, and this is documented in the Detroit news media. Listen, Keith got ADHD. She can't sit still and listen to me for a minute. Listen, let me. I'm trying to explain this. I'm trying to explain this. I know a guy who.
Seriously, he talks in circles, y'all.
I'm not. Now, come on, Keith. Listen, sweetheart. I don't get the. Listen,
you ain't said nothing yet, and I already know what you about to say.
What I'm saying to you in short is that it is a difference between coming forward and saying, you know what, my conscience is bothering me. I'm a born again Christian. I took money from R. Kelly, so I'm going to go to the authorities and say that he obstructed justice. That's totally different than a docuseries dropping, all of the public pressure, and then the authorities going to these individuals, saying to these individuals, getting them in a room. Listen, getting them in a room allegedly and saying, you know, your parents are going to jail if you don't X, Y, Z. Y'all know how they talk to those people in these goddamn rooms. Let's be real.
Can I bring something up to you that has happened as well? And it's in the July 2019 transcript. They have proven how he didn't have respect for the law and didn't mention anything about Aaliyah. He ain't confirm it. He didn't mention it at all. And that was a part of the case. So just for him doing that alone, the disrespect that he had for the law, like I said, it's in the July 2019 transcript when he first got indicted. Once he did that, he'd already done fucked up. That was it. That
Okay.
was from
I
there.
listen.
Like
I
y'all
was.
sit up there and said, no,
And hold on, and then hold on, y'all gotta remember that when those new tapes came in, those new tapes had Rashana on there again as well. It's a bad echo. Those new tapes had
Diva, you
Rashana
got
on
an echo.
there
I
again.
just muted you, Diva. You got an echo.
I fixed. I like
Okay,
what Diva
the new
Divine
tape
said.
had Rashana
Here's
on there again,
something.
so that's why they had to pull Rashana back in. She was on a new tape that the world haven't seen.
I would like to say something, guys.
Is that Keith?
Levi.
Who
No,
got
No,
an
that's
echo?
Diva.
Who's doing a playback?
somebody playing in the background. Diva, you gotta turn your background down.
That's playback.
That was my
Diva.
phone. Sorry, guys. That was my phone. Sorry, guys. What's up, everybody?
What's up, Diva?
Hey,
What's
Diva.
up, Papi? What's
Hello,
up,
Diva.
y'all?
I like your
Hello.
comment. They committed perjury and was given immunity.
Yes, that's what I was coming up here to say. Listen, Levi. What happened with Rashonda Landfair and her family was, remember, Kim Fox came forward and asked if anyone was a victim of Kelly's or a witness to the crimes that Kelly allegedly committed to come forward. The state case came. She made an announcement that they indicted R. Kelly on 10 counts or 11 counts of sexual aggravated assault, and Rashonda Landfair was one of those victims. So therefore, she came out because Kim Fox asked for witnesses or victims to come forward. She finally decided to come forward because everybody jumped ship at that point. So what else was she supposed to do? Come forward.
She had to come forward because the federal government
go to jail.
followed that money, and
Thank
so
you.
they took that money.
What?
Yes.
There you go.
Once
There you
she
go.
came forward, they realized that she perjured herself on the grand jury.
You
And so
keep
They
saying
knew
she
that
can't.
all along. They have been following the money. This is
right,
what I'm
but
saying.
they didn't.
But
But they did not
if he was
convict
living
her. They
like
did
a
not.
righteous man,
Wait. But they did not come forward to press charges because they did not have the victim. You understand? If they
Dear
don't have the
sister,
victim to the crime, there is no crime.
dear sister, what your premise was wrong. Dear sister, it sounds good, and I know it makes y'all sleep better at night. But excuse me, listen,
y'all.
no.
If he was living like a godly man, supposedly, if they follow his paper trail, it shouldn't lead him It shouldn't lead them back to no victim in the past from a 2008 case.
Thank you.
There's no reason that a paper trail should lead back to Rashana Landfair at all.
Yeah, it's all in the discovery.
Yes,
Or
In the
any
but
other
it
discovery, they got
did.
all the bank statements
It
where
did
R.
because
They
Kelly
got
put
all
in
of the bank
line.
statements. He
Yes, they
paid
have all
them
the bank
people
statements where he
6
put
months
in
after
the
that
memo.
first trial. I'm just saying, why did they wait?
Okay, so let's just say this according to what
Because they
y'all.
had no victims. They really had. If she
According,
didn't come forward, if she did not come forward to say, I perjured myself and he gave me these settlements, they can't do nothing but hold that evidence until they get something more concrete.
Dear
Hold
sister,
on for a minute.
dear sister.
Hold on. Okay. Listen. All right. When it comes to crimes such as, first of all, let me say this. The federal government brings charges based on the federal government. It does not need a victim or witness or anything like that. They bring charges on behalf of the federal government. That's the first word I want to use. Okay. When it comes to charges like any type of sexual this and domestic violence or what have you, normally in the state, they like to have a victim or accuser. I'm putting an accuser, right? They like to have accuser. If not, normally it's not going to, it's just better to have an accuser. when it comes to the government, they like to have an accuser, right? They don't necessarily need one because they're going to have a grand jury testimony. They like to have that corroborated with the accuser, but they don't necessarily need one. With this, with the federal government, when they probably got Rashonda is when they discovered that there was, I mean, they probably already knew, something, wasn't right, but when they could confirm that the OA case was obstructed, okay, they had to get crafty, right? So he's already been found innocent in the OA case on the state level, right? So what they did was, now if they're going to prosecute him in that same jurisdiction with regards to Rashonda, they're going to have to change the charges and probably change the elements to make sure it doesn't get caught up in double jeopardy. If they fall, I don't know, I think she falls under the federal too. With the federal, that's a whole new different jurisdiction. So now they can get him. I don't know if this is the case or whatever, and I don't know if he's getting charged with obstruction there, but he can get him with obstruction there, and also sexual abuse of a minor. So they're gonna, they're gonna find ways to get around it. But Diva,
right?
Yeah,
Mommy, they have in the state case, it's 4 victims, and it's sexual aggravated assault, right? And then in the federal, it's obstruction of justice and child pornography.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. So sexual abuse. I mean, I think the charge is sexual abuse. Because I'm not mistaken. I don't know if there's a child pornography charge in the government. If it is, it could be, but they would probably steer clear.
Not in the state.
And the government.
They're not charging him in the state charges with any type of child pornography.
Right.
For the state, it's only. That's why they can't double jeopardy there, because
That's
it's
right.
Sexual aggravated assault.
That's right, but they can double jeopardy. But
That's what I just said. That's why I said they changed the charges. That's what I meant. So, before they got him for child pornography or whatever it was, they had to change the charges in the state so they could avoid getting hit with double jeopardy.
That's right.
Right. That's what I was trying. That's all I wanted to say.
When it got to the government, it said it's pretty.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's something when they have a blanket charge of sexual abuse. Like I said, sexual abuse. You can stick domestic violence up under there. You can stick probably the charge with the herpes and all that. You can stick a lot under sexual abuse, but you cannot stick all that stuff under domestic violence. So when you got to the government, I don't know what the charges are. Anybody know what the charges are with the government? Like I said, they probably got him with obstruction up at that level. So now you can prove that he got obstruction. So that's probably when they pitched Landfair, because now they could prove, now they know that there is obstruction. You can hit them with obstruction at that high level and get them caught up on there, up there. And you're going to be able to get around the statute of limitations that if you try to hit them with obstruction in the state, because a lawyer can argue, well, you just trying to get around double jeopardy, and they may have a case there. But if you hit them in another jurisdiction with obstruction, you can't run into double jeopardy. I mean, it's all in the game. We're saying the same thing, but
so is it safe to say? Exactly. Is it safe to say that the landfills have immunity?
So all of the victims after 2008 need to sue the damn city of Chicago.
No. Let's back up. For one, I want to go back to the dear sister's premise that after Prosecutor Kim Fox put out the 1-800 number, Miss Landfair came forward. That is inaccurate from my vantage point. Right. Okay. That is inaccurate. Okay. Now, for two, from my understanding, in an idealistic America under the flag and the Constitution, for them to revisit, you cannot get to obstruction. Now, I understand from a federal standpoint, the government, yes, they're standing on not solid ground, but they're standing. Okay. However, because Ms. Bonjean may be able to show, because everything is due to the interpretation of the law, and there are certain laws and case law that certain attorneys can pull out that will shoot that down from a federal level. And that is this: you cannot get to the obstruction without that's why they charge them with the child pornography. You cannot get to that obstruction without going through that which is part and parcel of the alleged obstruction, and that is the 2008 case in which he was exonerated. So let's not just totally remove that from the table and dismiss it as if they're standing on absolute solid ground. There may be some kind of precedent setting law where Ms. Bonjean could argue that. However, once again, I don't want you guys to lose sight at all that all of these cases, be it state or federal, were brought due to public pressure from the Lifetime docuseries. That's my position on it.
Well, it wouldn't be a Lifetime docuseries.
That's not
I was
true.
going to say, according to
the
someone
Savages
that
been
I
on
know,
the way
they said that they technically, from someone else that I know was saying
Blake,
that
send me a
technically they were looking for
hydrophoto
him.
over here. That's my it.
Technically, that they've been investigating him for a long time. They just haven't had enough evidence to build up everything to come forward with charges.
Right.
So they've been looking at him for a long time. They just ain't do nothing yet until they had, like you said, solid, concrete stuff to come forward with.
Yes.
That does not balance out. When you say to me, listen, with all due respect, when you say to me, someone who has known countless niggas in my hood who were indicted, someone who has read indictments, who was being paid by hood niggas to read their indictments and give them advice as a non-legal authority. When you say to me,
this came from a lawyer though, so
yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying, yes, there were some investigations that were occurring, from my understanding, as far as taxes. However, when you say to me, let me say this to you, because I always use relationship. Let me say this. When a woman or a man catches a man cheating or a woman cheating, and that man argues, I just met her, and you say, wait a minute, hold on. She used to work with you 5 years ago, so you've been knowing her. That's establishing you didn't just meet her. What I'm saying to you in the same regard is that it's not a coincidence that Time to Lifetime docuseries drops. Then all of a sudden, here comes the feds. In addition to that,
the feds
you have
remember the feds were already
they
talking
weren't
to
there
people.
yet though. They weren't there. Listen.
Levi, in 2016 is when the feds started coming out with Homeland Security and started their investigation because of the Savages.
Show me. No, listen. Listen, man.
He say something.
I think she's right, Levi. I think she's right.
No, I'm gonna tell you where she's wrong, but go ahead.
No, Levi, you're wrong. They didn't do this just for no darn Lifetime show.
Okay,
they
what you just said.
Listen,
let me explain it. Let me explain. I got the answer. I can refute and knock down what you just listen. Allow me to refute and knock down exactly what you just said. If what you know, excuse me, I would listen. I gotta say this to her. Excuse me, please let me say this. Please let me say this.
No, we don't want to hear it.
Please, you don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. She just made a hell of a statement.
Have been investigating R. Kelly way before Lifetime. They don't need a Lifetime show to know that he's a criminal.
Over talking me doesn't mean you're right. Listen to me and listen to me closely.
I'm not over talking you. You're trying to over talk me.
If what she said is true, she said the Homeland Security and the feds have been investigating him since Tim Savage. Why? No, let me speak. Why wasn't Tim Savage, Joycelyn Savage, or her parents anything concerning? No. Why wasn't anything associated to Joycelyn Savage placed in no goddamn federal indictments? Answer that question.
Because Joy Savage was over age.
Okay,
but they decided to look into the other stuff because remember,
stop it.
Azriel Clary was underage. So they used Angelo to go forward with
Stop it.
things as well as
Stop
the
it.
documentary.
Stop
Hold
it.
on.
Stop
When
it.
did Geronda come out? When did
Lanita
Geronda
Carter
come
came
out, Levi?
Heather Williams came out. Rashonda Landfair came out. Faith Rogers came out.
Geronda came
Lizette
out way before
She
everybody.
came out before everybody. That's right. Geronda Pace, Lanita Carter,
I
Heather
don't care.
Williams were the first girls to come
Sweetheart.
forward.
Way
Sweetheart.
before Lifetime.
Okay.
Way
Can I
before
respond?
Lifetime.
Can I respond? Can I respond? Can I? Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, Keith.
This was 2018.
Go ahead, Keith.
Everybody, listen up. I want everybody to listen. Everybody on the panel. This is what I want to say. This been said for the past 3 years on YouTube. Like, we got all the court documents. At the end of the day, everything is in black and white. We gonna feel how we gonna feel. Levi, you gonna just keep talking in circles and talk your conspiracy theories. So I just can't. It's like, what are we talking about here?
Well,
Like,
you're gonna say
you're
gonna say I'm talking in circles because I make sense. No.
You don't,
Listen,
Levi. You
I
don't
don't
make
talk in
sense.
circles. I'm emphatic.
You do.
Okay, I don't make sense to people who disagree with me, who are not willing to accept the truth. Even Mr. even Mr.
You don't
Keller,
accept the truth.
even Mr. Keller, who is my
Information
staunch.
is wrong, papi.
Even no, I'm gonna say this. Unless you listen, you don't want to deal with logic.
Hey, y'all,
Okay.
real quick. Hold on, let me jump in real quick. Everybody, let's talk one at a time, please. One at a time.
Yes. Give me 10 seconds. I'll be quiet. You don't want to deal with logic. Listen. If you cannot listen, whenever a federal indictment is placed on the table, I used to read them. Listen, whenever a federal,
Dude, I don't even got money in my account. I'll have to.
I don't need your money. What you talking? I was joking. What you talking about? hey, I don't need your money. What you talking about? It's free. Hey, Abby, it's free. It's free knowledge I'm giving y'all. Listen, it's free. Listen. Whenever a federal, I used to read them. Whenever a federal indictment is placed on the table, there's some indication, and Ms. Walker will agree with this. There's some indication in that indictment how long the feds were watching you. There's something there to show they're going to talk about incidents. Okay, you cannot, Tears cannot, no one can produce one document confirming that they were investigating my cousin prior to the Lifetime docuseries. Now listen. Okay, let me tell you.
Yes, it is.
Let me finish.
It's a lot of proof.
Can I finish?
Wait.
Can I
My
finish?
lawyer friend,
Can I
Miss
finish?
Esquire, we went over the documents, and in my live, she said, wow, look at this. According to these words right here, this statement over here shows me that they have been investigating him since 2008.
Okay, now can I respond to that, please? You didn't let me qualify my point.
I'm just letting you know. That's
No. Okay, that's fine. But here's the deal. If you can show that they have even what you just said sounds ludicrous. You trying to tell me 2000? No. Sweetheart. Trust me, I know. Listen to me. It doesn't take the federal authorities from 2008.
It ain't gonna take them 7 months.
It ain't gonna take them no goddamn 12 years. Okay. Now what? No, it's not. Listen.
It will.
Listen, I'm gonna say it again. The savages have.
It ain't gonna be no short time like 7 months to catch a person like him.
Whenever a complaint is filed with the FBI, Homeland Security, yes, they must investigate it 9 times out of 10. The fact that they investigated Tim Savage's and them complaints, and none of that was named in none of the indictments, means legally, from a legal perspective, there was no credence to anything that those people were saying about Robert. Okay, that's a fact.
Talk
Deal with the
about how
facts.
Geronda Pace came out before them.
Okay, but that was not.
No. Let's talk about that. Okay, because that was way before Lifetime. That was way before Lifetime. They've been investigating him. She was a minor.
Sir, no, ma'am.
She was a minor.
Levi,
you can't tell me they wasn't investigating him when she went on a talk show and spoke about it.
They were not.
The first charges
Yes,
to be
they
brought
were.
up were sexual aggravated charges. The federal charges did not come out until July. In February is when he got charged for sexual aggravated assault.
And
It had nothing to do with the Fed charges yet until July. They still had everything sealed up. They even had a sealed indictment for Don Russell in 2018, Levi. What are you talking about?
I'm going to say it again.
What are you talking about?
Let me say it again. After the 2008 case, after he was exonerated, Robert Sylvester Kelly was not on the federal Justice Department's radar. I'll say that.
How do you know?
You can't, let me
Yes, they were, because there
He
was
was
plenty
not.
of articles. There was
How
plenty
do
of
you
articles that
know?
were out talking about his crimes that he was committing
Why
while he was
won't
waiting
you
for
say
trial.
allegedly, Levi?
No, I got to say allegedly, but y'all don't.
Levi, you want to know how you cannot say that they brought the charges because of the Lifetime documentary? There was another documentary aired on BBC in 2018, before, 2018, way before Survivor R. Kelly. The BBC aired a documentary about him, and there was people that used to work with him confirmed that your cousin is a predator. It's in black
And they started taping that BBC in 2017.
Yes, thank you. So it had nothing to do with surviving R. Kelly that they had these. They was already investigating him way before those documentaries came into existence. Like, you can keep saying the same thing for another 3 years. That's what you're gonna keep doing. You're gonna keep beating yourself up and
No.
egg on your face because you keep saying the same thing for 3 years. And look, this man was guilty. Levi, you got all this thing about your cousin, right? Why you was not at the New York trial?
Oh.
Because I'm going. Let me say this to you. All.
Oh shit.
For one, no. For one, I was in close contact with my cousin during that whole process. For one, I'm gonna say this to you very clearly. I am from Detroit. Okay. If I were in that city, New York, during his trial, nobody wouldn't have known. For one. For two, you have to understand something. That I'm gonna answer your question. Just give me time to give me a second. I'm a very listen. No, you're gonna listen. You asked me a question.
Nobody was
Okay. I'm a very. Let me. I know.
He's trying to make up his words.
You asked me. No, I'm not making up shit. Listen, with all due respect, excuse me for swearing. You asked me a question. I want to answer it. Okay. No, let me answer the question. Okay, I'm a very serious man, and I take threats on my life and my family's life very seriously. To answer your question, why didn't I make myself obvious at the New York trial, is because had I done that, chances are my ass would have been locked up right there in that motherfucker with him. I don't play games. When I see people who have threatened my life, it is mandatory. It is obligatory from my pedigree, how I was raised, where I was raised, that I confront them on a mother. I ain't gonna swear on this man's channel. I'm gonna answer.
You could have cut that on the outside, Levi.
I'm going. No. Listen. Let me tell you something. Let me clear something up. I am. Listen. As it pertains to my cousin's trial, I have been and is more closer to him as far as that scenery than anybody you could imagine. So when you say to me, why didn't I visit my loved one in the hospital? Why didn't I visit my loved one here or loved one there? I don't have to qualify none with no strangers as it pertains to what I chose to do. Listen, I didn't even go to my brother's funeral. My blood brother passed away. I didn't even go to his funeral. Okay, so who's gonna walk up to me and say, why wasn't you at your brother's funeral? That's a personal decision of how I move. There's things right now I can show y'all and produce right now on this man's show where you wouldn't even question Levi. But I move a different way and I show my hand when it's time. But as far as trying to take credit or try to reduce me, well, why weren't you at his trial? Look at all the motherfuckers that were at his trial. Huh?
Why did you bring Choke into the sector?
For one, let me say this to you. Let me say this.
Why you brought
okay?
Choke
Because I wanted him to facilitate what we're doing now, and that is someone to come in and mediate and give a leveling playing field. While I sat back and did my work, I wanted you, the people from that side, and everyone to offer their input with a fair an objective moderator. He became drunk because of the goddamn money. He became enticed because of the terrorists telling them that they can get him next to my cousin.
But
And
Levi,
can I answer the question, please? Okay. I'm answering the question. Please let me answer it. Once he became enticed with the PI and them saying, screw Levi, we can get you next to him. What did he do? The first thing that man did was try to set me up with Bruce, even though listen, the same day I told him you've never heard me. Brother Atmos, you've never heard me. Larry, that question was asked. I've never claimed any relationship to Bruce, Teresa, Carrie, none of them. The so-called sisters, none of them. So when he shot that move, what did Levi do? Levi went directly to Levi's cousin. And as you can see, Levi took care of business because he's not reading no more letters. And chances are, if Levi if I'm involved in this, that guy you just mentioned is going to prison with the goddamn terrorists because he committed crimes as it pertains to, and listen to me closely, as it pertains to contraband. When it comes to any letters that go inside of a goddamn federal detention center or leaves a federal detention center, it must be scrutinized by the authorities. So don't play with me when it comes to that dude, because that dude is on my list just like the rest of them. You understand? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And that is that.
Can I ask this question? Let's get back to the choke. Like, did you even bother to vet choke? Because he said things that was opposite of. He was okay with the verdict being guilty. And did you vet the history of choke? Did you do that?
Let me say this. No, I did not, because at that time my cousin was found guilty. I was in a different space. But I'm gonna say it again. No one can vet a crackhead. Okay, no one can vet. No. Let me explain this to you, bro.
Did you know that?
When he started moving like one, I said, "Oh, this nigga on drugs." Listen to me. I sat out in front of a trap house with my man one day, and I couldn't believe it was teachers, it was regular people going in there getting the thing. I said, "Bro, are those crackheads?" He said, "Yes." So crackheads come in different forms. Yes, I'm not infallible. I was fooled. I was distraught. I thought this man was going to come in and be a noble individual. I've given everyone a chance to show nobility. I'm on Brother Atmos' show right now because Atmos proved to me he was a stand-up guy. Okay? I've never had a problem with this brother, even though we're vehemently opposed. So just like I gave Brother Atmos a chance, I gave this dude a chance, and he proved otherwise.
Levi, let me tell you where you went wrong.
Wow.
Listen. Let me tell you where you went wrong on this interview. You sat up there and mentioned those terrorists when you could have said something positive about your cousin. You sat there and brought attention. You draw the attention to them. You brought them up, and all you had to do was just talk about your cousin. See, by bringing them up, and with everything, you're showing your cousin, quote unquote, is guilty.
What are you talking about? What the hell are you drinking? Keith, you drinking? You high? Hey, Keith, you high over there?
Okay,
You high?
I just have one thing I want to say.
Answers the questions.
Hey, y'all.
I just have
the truth just came
one
in.
thing I want to say. May I be allowed to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay. I get so sick of when people say, how come people wasn't in New York to testify? People like me, I tried to testify on the person that I know. I also tried to testify at his sentencing to give a statement on the man that I know. They did not want character witnesses. So people, please stop. I did try to testify on the man that I know. Thank you.
Yes, Miss April. If I could say to Miss April, one thing I learned about this social media stuff is that I've seen so many people fall for it. When a person has on a nice suit, okay, a nice suit, nice tie, brand new suit, looking good, someone on social media will come and say, "Yeah, that's a nice suit, but he didn't have on no shoes." Okay, then the person, if you fall for it, you'll go back on the camera and say, "Here my shoes go, here my shoes go," trying to validate yourself for degenerates, for trolls, for low life, for drug addicts, for some of the lowest scum on the planet Earth. I don't do that. The man put me on the phone with the guy from Hip Hop Magazine. And the dude broke no joke. Put me on the phone with this guy. The first question that nigga asked me was, why wasn't you at the trial? I'm not even gonna tell you what I told that dude, but I'll tell you this. It ended with me saying to him, if you got a problem with me, as God is my witness, I will send you a plane ticket right now to meet me anywhere, and say that to my goddamn face. You don't ask me. I love Robert, okay? You don't ask me where I was and when I was. I told him straight up, it's none of your GD business, my nigga. These people, Miss April, don't know Robert. Never, they met, they took a picture with Robert. They don't know him. These are strangers who interfered in his cases. So, Miss April, don't feel bad about anyone asking you about the trial, just like you shouldn't feel bad if you chose not to visit your mother or your niece or your uncle in a hospital or go to their funeral. If that's a personal issue, that's between you and your God. So don't dignify these ignorant responses, Miss April. Listen, no one can say that Levi has not been the most effective, the most steady, the most consistent, the most noble individual on social media. I never talked up under Azriel and them young ladies' clothes. I respected everyone. So what do? In order to try to diminish Levi, well, why wasn't you at the trial? Why don't you show your face? Why don't you do this, that, and the third? Like, come on now. I don't dignify. I showed my face when I wanted to. You feel me?
The truth hasn't
Can I
spoken.
say something real quick? Just,
Let the truth hasn't spoken at all.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Sue. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, the truth.
Thank you, Atmos. Levi, I'm glad you brought up the fact that these people are strangers interfering in your cousin's trial. I'm glad you brought that up. Do you remember one night we were all on Larry's panel and you said out of your mouth, it has always been a known fact that your cousin has always been known to hang around young girls? Just yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, with that being said, Levi, I do understand you fighting like hell. You fighting with everything inside of you. I see it. I see it. I feel you. I understand you fighting like hell. But in your heart of hearts, now you claim you respect everybody up here on this panel. So in your heart of hearts, tell us the honest to God truth. You do know that your cousin is guilty of these crimes. You was around him and you knew about it. You knew about what was going on. I understand you want him out of jail. I understand that. I get that. I understand you fighting, more power to you. But in your heart of hearts, in front of all these people that you say you respect, you do know that your cousin has been bogus for the past 30 years.
If I may be allowed to respond to that.
Sure.
Let me first start off by saying that if I knew about it and if I knew he was with young girls and I actually said that right now on this damn live, my ass would be picked up tonight. I would be, listen, we're talking about federal indictments for one. So I'm very choosy with words. So when someone says you knew about it, no, what I said on that live that day, you understand? I'm from Detroit, Atmos. You feel me? Hell no. But listen. What I said on that live that day, Miss, and I feel your pain, dear. I really do. Listen to me, sweetheart. I feel your pain. And I would never, my duty is to God. And let me say, I would never try to justify any grown man taking advantage of a minor. I can't do a live, y'all, without talking about my babies, my daughters. Now, y'all know that. Ever since I came on, I'd be talking about something. I just start talking about my babies. I love my daughters. And I would never, ever, ever try to defend a man who would violate children. Listen to me, dear. What I said was this. Yes, my cousin has always had an attraction to young teenage adults. This is what I said. Listen now. Listen to me. Please let me speak.
What?
I'm gonna say it again. And this is why he didn't win in New York, because no one wants to give credence to how I describe things. Had they used the
Can he get
term,
teenage adults? I've never heard of that.
oh, because you never came across a guy like Levi.
That is made up.
It's factual, sweetheart. Listen, is an 18-year-old an adult? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, an 18-year-old is not an adult.
Okay.
No. My
Yes.
18-year-old ain't no damn
It's an
adult.
eight. No. Keep. No. We gonna deal with what we just said. No.
She is still a teenager.
We gonna deal. Is an
R.
18-year-old an
Kelly,
adult?
R. Kelly messed with
Oh my God!
17-year-olds and under.
Can y'all be logical and be honest?
We got 12, 14, 16, 17.
18 is a young adult.
When Robert
17
Keller,
is a teenager.
when Mr. Keller said, Levi, you fucked up, admit it. I said, I fucked up. I'm a man. I can admit when I'm wrong. I just want to bring you guys
No, you
around.
can't.
Yes, I can. You show me where I'm wrong, and I'll tell you I'm wrong. Listen, I'm answering her question. An 18-year-old is a teenager, and an 18-year-old is an adult. Okay. Right now, every one of you chose to can go on your computer and access porn with 18-year-olds. I've never done it. Listen.
And so was
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Levi.
No. The sister. I was trying to speak to this sister's pain. Okay, and I was trying to be honest. I'm being honest, and no one wants to listen to me. As Robert grew older, as he went into his 30s, just like some individuals are able to mature where you can look at their catalog and their music, listen to me, and you can look at Jay-Z's maturity. It's obvious. No, damn, can I explain this, Keith?
Hold on, because I just want to say something real quick,
Look,
Jesus.
Levi, I'm at work. I just want to ask you this one last question. Do you remember a drop top that R. Kelly used to drive?
Definitely.
Okay. Do you remember being in that drop top with R. Kelly? He was in the driver's seat and you was in the passenger seat. You all were driving around downtown Chicago.
I'm going to say it to you again.
Oh, Lord, the indictment queen is up here. The indictment queen. The indictment queen. Then damn indictment queen.
Hey, yo, I'm going to say it to you again. Hey, Atmos, I don't recall that.
But he
then
just
damn indictment queen.
though, right?
I don't recall that.
Oh, y'all, I got to get out of here.
Have a good one, Truth.
All right.
Miss Angie's next. She didn't get to go ahead, Miss Angie.
No. What I want to say, speaking to the character witness, R. Kelly had character witness at the trial. That was that deny man, and because there were no. If I'm not, Diva could probably tell you. Diva, was there any expert witnesses that the defense called? If it was,
they were going to call one, and that one decided not to come or something like that. Something happened with the travel arrangements, and they did have character witness. Julius was the character witness for R. Kelly.
Right. So Levi, thank you. So Levi, you probably, it depended on what it is that you had to testify. Because there's nobody. You in order to be a character witness or any type of witness, your evidence is they're also considered evidence, and evidence has to be what, y'all, Club Blue? Relatable, reliable, and relevant. Relevant. Yeah, relevant is number one. So, and you have to speak to a character trait. So you can't just sit there and say, yeah, okay, back in 2005, R. Kelly gave, somebody, $10,000 to start up a business or something like that. No, when you're talking about a trait, you're talking about a continuous something inherently in someone that shows that they are more prone to do good, more of these good things than this bad stuff that they're talking about. And it has to be related, or you got to have something that's related to the case. Like you could sit up there and say, hey, I was with R. Kelly on March the 5th, 1999, and he he was on a goddamn what's the name on a tour, while this young lady is saying she was with him. So
I think you got a point. You got a point there, because I think that's why they used all his employees. Angie, you're right.
Well, let me say this to both of y'all.
Okay, all right.
Let me no.
Half of that Angie's up there.
Well, let me say that.
Right. You got
Let
a
me
point.
say.
Exactly.
Let
That's
me
why
say this. Let me say this to both you beautiful sisters and everybody in the chat and Atmos and all y'all. I know one thing. Truth just came on here, tried to make my ass relatable, reliable, and relevant, and tried to get my ass to the goddamn indictment. Shit, hey, you feel me? He tried to make my ass real relatable.
Levi, why don't you show your face?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Trying to get my ass indicted. Talking about I was there and all that. Hey, she was talking about, hey, Abby, she was talking about dates and time. You remember you was on Michigan Avenue with a drop top and shit. I'm like, hold on, wait, hold on. What you mean?
I was listening like, I was like, do we need to take a commercial break?
Why don't you show your face?
Hey, Atmos, all the terrorists had, when she said that they got their pens and pads and started screen recording that shit, you know, they were screen recording. They said, oh, hold on. Shit, I don't know nothing. I don't know what you talking about, Truth. Shit.
I don't know nothing.
She was like, Levi, why don't you show your face?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. Like, wow.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I'm like, where she go? Where you going with this? She said the date, the time, you was in no downtown and shit. Hold on. She was about to say, and wasn't there? She was about to say, wasn't there a 13-year-old sitting on your lap and a 12-year-old sitting on here? It's like, wait, hold on.
Levi, didn't I tell you one time on my live that your name was mentioned in a fan book? Did I tell you that? Do you remember that?
I don't recall, but I believe it, man. They said I was the one on the sex tape. They said all kind of shit.
The girl had made a fan fiction book. It's on Wattpad. That's the name of the app. And I forgot the title of the book, but she had mentioned you, that you were in the room after because R. Kelly had just finished beating on the girl because she was pregnant and he wanted her to get an abortion. And so he beat on her, and then you wound up taking her to the hospital. Yes. And she said, his cousin Levi.
Oh, my God. But you know what? I'm going to tell y'all something that I never told anyone. I'm going to tell y'all this. I never told anyone this. When I first came on my the Levi for Kelly, when I first came on, when I say I'm a very serious person, let me say this real quick, that I would get emails, and if you notice, I never talked about my assistant back then. Man, I'm getting emails of females naked asses. I'm like, hold on. Wait. Well, listen, check this out. I thought about it. Oh, yeah. Like email pictures. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Good night,
what they would do is send me, you know, I didn't see this. I just said, I saw the trap where I was thinking, like, these people, good night. I was thinking, these people might try to send me pictures of some 15, you know, feel me? Like they try to correspond with you. I didn't correspond with nobody. I stopped checking my emails. A lot of people have emailed me and be like, why didn't you respond? I let my assistant go through my emails before I read them, because this is how serious this is, y'all. These are federal cases. And Angie would tell you this, all it takes is one word, one accusation, and you find yourself rolled up into some shit that you ain't got nothing to do with. But I will assure each and every one of you, and I'll say this, I've never said it before. If I had ever, on my deceased mother, right hand to the Most High Almighty God, seen my cousin having sex with or being in an inappropriate position with a minor, it wouldn't be no surviving R. Kelly. It would be surviving Levi. Okay? I love children. Okay? I would never fight for a man that I would think that would do such debauchery. And I'm gonna tell you another thing that y'all don't know. Y'all don't even know this.
So in other words, you would never be a yes man to R. Kelly, because according to rumors, allegedly, the only people that really did know about his bedroom antics are the ones that were involved, and those were the yes men, according to, you know, rumor. So I see you would never be a yes man, even though that was your cousin.
In life, anyone in life, but some else y'all don't know. As my right hand to Almighty God, the Father, the Lord, I have never seen that infamous sex tape from 2008. I've never watched it. Never.
Boy,
As
your
my right
cousin's
hand
in
on
it.
my
I'm here to tell you, I
on
saw
my
it with my
mother,
own 2 eyes.
on my mother, I never watched it. When they asked George Daniels, had he seen it back then? George Daniels said, I ain't watched that because guess what? I wanted the process to play out. Okay, for one. For two, if someone tells me there's a child on a tape and put it in. Oh, let's get something to drink and watch it. What kind of man would I be?
Uncle
Okay,
Levi.
yes, ma'am.
Uncle Levi.
Hey,
y'all. Hey, y'all. I made it. I
You
made
made
it. So I got a question, Uncle Levi. Uncle Levi, you know I'm your
Yes.
fan, okay? I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So why wasn't you a character witness for your cousin?
He just told you.
I didn't hear it.
But I'll say this: a character witness wouldn't have helped him in that situation. Listen, what I did to the sister that just answered that question, okay? What I did was I sat back and there are 2 individuals on this thing that will confirm what I'm saying. I sat back and I watched everything. All I was doing from day one was thinking of a legal strategy to help him legally. I came on Atmos. I came on Larry. Everything was legal with me. Okay. So as opposed to being a character witness, I'm saying this to you and you're going to see it come to fruition. I sat back, adopted a legal strategy that is going to free my cousin, and you watch it comes to fruition. God revealed it to me 10 years ago. And when I tell him in front of the world, a lot of y'all who hate him are going to start crying. What God revealed to me that he was going to be arrested. God revealed to me it was going to be federal charges. God revealed all this to me, and I'm not no church going, dude, like I just, no. I'm a street dude, but I'm a spiritual guy. God revealed that to me. And I'm telling you, my 50-page document, what I've sent off is going to free Robert Kelly, and y'all going to see it come to fruition. So character witness, all of that, I wasn't,
I got you. But I got one more question. This is my last question, y'all, and I'm out. I'm at work, so I'm listening and I'm in and out. I'm sorry, y'all, if it's the same questions over. But okay, this is my question, Uncle Levi. What if once everything play out and you see the videos, you see the evidence, you see that this man did all these acts, what are you going to tell the people?
I'm going to say
these come out.
I'm going to say I have to accept the verdict. And I'm going to have to say that if what they are alleging, I'm going to say if according to the verdict, under a fair environment where he was found guilty, I would say on Levi for Kelly openly, not only am I going to accept the verdict, I would ask that the court show leniency and that he needs help, that he needs psychological help, if that were so. But as I now stand, he's morally guilty. I said it 1,000 times. And what I mean by that, he and I roughly being the same age.
We understand that part.
Listen, an 18, 19, 20-year-old can't do nothing for me. That's my morals.
Right.
You see? So he's morally guilty, but legally innocent. Go ahead.
I feel you on that. And I thank you so much for answering that question, honestly, because that's all I wanted to get across. Like, if it ever does come out and you ever see that this did happen, would you accept it and would you come back out and let the people know? So
yes,
you answered all my questions. Thank you so much, Brother Atmos, for letting me on the platform. Angie, I'm telling my Uncle Jojo on your ass. Oh, I'm sorry, I ain't supposed to curse. I saw it. Love y'all. I'm going back to work. Thank you so much, Atmos.
All right.
Thank
yeah,
you,
I want
dear.
everybody to be tearing down my channel. I said, y'all come up here and tear down Atmos channel like you tear down mine. Tear it up, blow it up. Come on up here and blow it up.
Bye, y'all. Love y'all.
All right. Bye, Kendra.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Y'all, we all have to answer to God. And this COVID experience tells you we can leave here at any time. Atmos will tell you that it was prophesied in the Bible that in the end, one would be taken and one would remain. And everyone's feeling that right now. In the end, one will be taken. It'll be 2 out there plowing in the field. One will be taken, one will remain. Yeah. That was God predicting the COVID. Okay. Then the book of Revelations talk about when it really goes down, it's going down. So at the end of the day, I have to answer to Almighty God. And when I stand before God, I don't want the Most High saying to me, why would you defend your cousin and you knew he had committed these acts against children? I have to be honest. I try my best to be noble, honest. Y'all have seen the bad side of Levi. And that's so sad that these terrorists had brought that out of me. I'm a very loving man, caring man, benevolent man, merciful man. I'm a laughing man. If you look at me and my cousin's pictures, he's all the pictures that I have with Rob, he's laughing. People comment and say, Levi, you're so comical. No one can laugh at my jokes like Robert. I'm always laughing, but I thought about it the other day. This YouTube experience, it's changed me. I've become callous. And a lot of us have become different people under this shit. And
I can agree with that.
And I hate that. Because I wake up every day, laugh. I'm a smiley face person, but now I wake up with a heavy heart. You know, I wake up in pain. I do. And all I could do is try to offer a man I love relief. That's part of it too now. Yeah, that's part of it too. But in all honesty, y'all don't let this YouTube stuff change y'all. You know, go pray and go back to who you were. Don't let it change you like that. You know, but I've never been disrespectful to Keep or none of like I
That's
you
why
know
I
it
take
is.
break.
Yeah, you have to, dear. You have to.
It's terrible.
Well,
But,
that's a peaceful way.
extremely terrible.
Go ahead, Miss Angie.
No, go ahead, Em. I was just gonna say some food. I
I
don't
was
want
gonna
to
say
say
that's
I
a
saw
very
the video.
That's a very peaceful way to end this 4-hour live. First of all, let me say, Levi, as a guest, I know that you're on the other side. I know that R. Kelly's your cousin. We appreciate you coming over here and exchanging dialogue with us in a respectful way, although it may have gotten a little bit, heated or, tempered. It was all done in respect with emotion and love. We do appreciate you coming over here and taking this time with us.
Thank you.
Would you like to say anything before you roll out? I'll give you.
I want to say that I want to say, give me 10 seconds. Y'all say here's another hour. You know,
yeah, another 20 minutes, right?
Every time I say give me 10 seconds, I'll say this: that you all are the opposing party, okay? And I'm the kind of person, as long as there's a fair fight, I'm the guy at the end of the game that's gonna walk up and shake your hand. Y'all have seen Mike Tyson go in the ring trying to devour his opponents, but what does he do? Mike Tyson will knock your ass out and run to you after the fight is over and say, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" He's a true sportsman. Okay, this is not about
he bites your ear.
unless he bites your ears, right? Exactly. He'll talk about eating your kids, and then after the thing, he'll hug you. So understand something. It's never been that for me. Okay, it's about a very wise man. I think Zoroaster said centuries ago. He said, there's no Christian, there's no Muslim, there's no Jew, there's no this. When you really break it down, people, you only have two races. There's no black, there's no white, there's no Democrat, there's no. There's only two races of people on the planet. Those who are decent and those who are not. Decent people are decent people. And the decency, I found, it got so bad with the terrorists that I had to come over to y'all's side to find some fucking peace, because you know what? When Keep opens her mouth, when Atmos opens his mouth, when Angelo opens his mouth, Larry, or any of y'all, I know your position already. I know what you about to say. I know how you feel. But on the other side, you got people that's pretending to love my cousin. You have people with ulterior motives. You have people who, after R. Kelly gets convicted, now they want to take pictures with Cardi B. You understand? It's disingenuousness. It's bull S over there. So I can always deal with people when I know where you stand, brother. And I respect y'all, those who have been stand up and respectful. And I expect for you to fight vigorously to see that Robert's ass is locked up forever. That's just, yeah, go ahead, do what you do. But understand something. Expect for me to fight vigorously on the other side.
I don't like to fight. I just like to give information. That's
yes,
it. That's
ma'am.
all.
I just use fight, but I meant argue or, like whatever we do, debate, respectful debate, but I'll just use the word fight. But I ain't got no problem with that.
Indeed.
Well, you're welcome to my channel when I come live if you ever want to jump on, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Will do.
All right. Thank you, sir. Diva, your turn. You got anything else you want to say?
Levi, thank you for being the man that you are, and an honorable man with integrity. Even though we know that sometimes some of the stuff that comes out of your mouth just be outrageous, but we still love you, Levi. At the end of the day, I shake your hand and bow down to respect to you always, sir.
Same here, sister. Same here. Same here.
Noonie, you been,
and I love you guys. I'm out.
We love you too, Diva. Noonie, I know you've been getting drowned out all night. You want to say anything?
No, it's all good. I've been getting I'm lost for words. This is crazy.
Hey, listen, I appreciate you coming over here and spending time with us, okay? Thanks for helping me read earlier too. Tears, the floor is yours.
All right, guys.
My tears.
Tears you there?
Well, tears probably got us on hold. Miss Angie, you can close us out.
Oh, what? No, thanks again, Atmos, for hosting us. Thanks, everybody for jumping on. For Levi, Diva, Tears, Miss Noonie, who was Miss April, Robert.
Yes, Robert Keller. Thank you, Robert Keller. Thank you, Miss April. Miss April Showers, thank you. Thank you, Tears, for coming on here. Thank you, everybody that came on and helped to make this live, which is the post conviction motion live, where we're able to expand the conversation. It was pretty structured at first, but then we got some pretty key heavy hitters in here, meaning Levi and Miss Angie, and I appreciate y'all bringing y'all expertise and y'all thinking and your wisdom into this chat. So y'all made it definitely memorable. A lot of people enjoyed it. But at the end of the day, I just want everybody to understand that you got to be willing to listen to the other side. Obviously when people come into the chat and be disrespectful, they're gonna take a ride to Blockland. But when we have people on the panel and we let them have the floor and let them be respectful, so people gonna say, why you let Levi on? Levi, he's always been, even when Larry was out, he was allowed to come on our channel. So we don't switch up much. We kind of stay consistent. But everybody, I want y'all to have a blessed night. Thank y'all for coming over. If you would please hit the like button on the way out. Thank you, Karen J. I appreciate that super sticker, that super chat. I appreciate you. But God bless everybody. Y'all have a blessed night. We will see what happens tomorrow. I know it's probably going to be sealed. If it's not sealed, then y'all know we're going to be here. Thank you so much for coming over here. I appreciate you and your expertise. And Keep is a warrior, boy. I tell you, Keep is a warrior. And everybody that came on, thank you so much. I love y'all and I appreciate y'all.
Atmos, can I say that I'm going live after you?
Absolutely. Let's go. Let's go to Miss Angie live. Let everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all know it's about to go down because she's gonna drop that funky ass link.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, y'all. We're gonna give the cursing version of this live.
It's the after the dark version coming on now.
All right.
Hey,
thank y'all very much.
So much, Atmos.
Yes,
It's our
yes.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
y'all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye, y'all.
Oh, no.
I don't need negative energy, wrap me in positive synergy. I have been doubted through life, been there and done that with trifling people who told me my style will not work. I told them they wrong, they're struggling too long. This song is for you, I'm proving you wrong. Get out my way, get out my way, get out my way, get out my way.
I'm a genuine person. Like if I love you, I love you. If I don't mess with you, I don't mess with you. It's as simple as that.